Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, I just felt not good and I had to go to the bathroom. Right, what a perfect time to start, right? Oh, yeah, I feel not great. I didn't sleep very well either. Only got like 3 hours of sleep. Wasn't even doing anything either. Oh, man. Right. Alright, chat, today, figured we'll just hang out a bit. Maybe work on some stuff. Oh, just kinda. Even last night I wasn't really feeling anything, you know? Wasn't really feeling doing anything. I don't know what to do today. So we're just gonna kind of chillax and everything. I never played 3. I wasn't as interested in 3. I liked Max Payne 1 and 2. They were fucking really good games. We've played them on stream before. They were really good. They hold up really well, shockingly. There's some jank to it, obviously, but, you know, what can you expect? One doesn't want to work for you? There's a mouse mod I had to get, I remember, for Max Payne 1. Because there's something weird about the mouse. I don't remember what it was, though. Oh my goodness, chat. So. I'm thinking. One thing we can do is we can do a fat electrician video. Most gangster general World War II. Oh, I don't want to watch it. We already watched the John Basilone one. And even knowing the ending and everything and prepping myself for it, God, it still hit me hard. Still hit me hard. Oh, God. I just feel so... Ugh. You know what I mean? Well, last week, the only time we could slot for Cree was Thursday. Unfortunately, Thursday, I was going off to a birthday. So it just didn't work out that week. I don't know about this week. It might be next week. He'll have better hours. We can actually do that. Because remember, his work is night shift, day shift, night shift, day shift. So, 1 week night shift, next week day shift. 1 week night shift, next week day shift. You know, it's really... I hate that schedule. That schedule's terrible. Maybe. Maybe. I don't... I get some of the thinking behind it is they don't want people to get stuck in a rut. You know, they change up the schedule so that some people are, you know, out and about in the daytime and out and about at night. But if I sign up to work night shift, I want to work night shift, you know? It's just wild. Thoughts on Japan pulling a European? What? I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, me? No, we're on poverty percent. Marinescu, we're on poverty percent. Kree's the one that's got stable employment. Oh, God. Ugh. Ugh. I feel so awful right now. It just sucks. It sucks. I hate feeling like this. Right, so what do we got? We have a couple videos I haven't done. They're also in the thing. So I've got Flying Tigers I haven't done. And York, America's worst tank. I'm kind of curious on the worst tank one, because I've seen what the British worst tank is, and I'll be curious if it remotely compares to just how awful the British tank was. You know? Let's find out. Let's do that. That'll be how we start today, and then we'll go from there.
Well, this is...
Alright, here we go. Pop up full screen.
Definitely one of the tanks of all time. Today we're talking about the M247 Sergeant York. For all intents and purposes, it is a futuristic anti-aircraft tank. Buh! You're so dumb, it's not a tank, it's a SPAG, a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Buh! Yeah, no, I'm aware, I just call it that because it's an armored vehicle with tracks and a big gun, which to 99.9% of people on the planet, it's a tank. Plus, I refuse to call it a SPAG because it sounds like a slur, okay? And if you don't believe me, if a tanker drives a tank, what is somebody that drives a SPAG called? Now go call...
That's pretty fucking good, actually. That's pretty funny. Morning, Threadnought.
Somebody that in public and see if you get slapped, all right? Just make it easy for everybody. Call it a tank. Anyways, the Sergeant York is an anti-aircraft tank equipped with two 40mm Bofors capable of firing 240 rounds per minute. It's capable of firing a variety of different rounds, including a proximity fuse version, which we covered a couple of weeks ago, and if you watched that video, you would know that 240 proximity fuse rounds coming at you would be a pretty formidable opponent for any airborne adversary. But it gets better, because the Sergeant York is going to be equipped with a state-of-the-art radar system capable of tracking up to 48 different targets at any given moment, then automatically prioritizing which target is the biggest threat, and then it was going to send the signals to the turret to auto track and lock onto that target, and all the gunner has to do is pull the trigger. Okay.
I feel like we're getting fucking unicorns and fucking fairy dust in this situation. So this is the high concept, right? Yeah. Rude, Threadnought. Rude. Absolutely fucking rude. Well, here we go. That's the high concept. Let's see how they fucked it up.
If you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you that America tried to create an anti-aircraft tank that was running on an aimbot. Okay, the key word here being trying, because that's not quite exactly what happened, but we're going to get into that right after a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Conflict of Nations, a free online PvP military-based strategy game. It is a World War III type scenario where you can pick your favorite country, or you can pick a state inside of the United States, because let's face it, that's the only way it's going to be fair to everybody else. Personally, I like to play Iowa for obvious reasons, and every single time my first order of business is attacking cold California. I mean, Diet Canada. I mean, Minnesota. Once we turn Minnesota into Upper Iowa, I would usually turn my sights directly to Canada, but let's face it, at this day and age, Kendrick Lamar and the U.S. hockey team has already done that for me. Let me hear you say,
yeah, get fucked, Canada.
This is a strategy-based game. You can be diplomatic, form an alliance, and work together. I mean, you could. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna build up my army with tanks, jets, and nuclear submarines and turn my sights to Nebraska and prove once and for all that our corn is better. And I know what you're thinking. How on earth are nuclear submarines gonna help in a battle between Nebraska and Iowa? They're not, but they're also cool, so shut up. Anyways, if you want to give it a try, it's available on both PC and mobile. And if you use my link and discount code down below, you're gonna get a 1-month free subscription and 13,000 free gold. Let's get back to the video. All right, so in order to understand the Sergeant York, we've got to have a little bit of the history of air defense as a whole. So once upon a time, airplanes were invented. They were then used in warfare. Everybody kind of looked up at the sky and went, huh, that's new. But look.
Well, what's funny too about that was originally airplanes were a gentleman's like methodology of waging war, in that they didn't have guns on them or anything. They were just recon. They would just fly overhead and they'd take pictures down below. I'm sure you'd get shot at from down below, but it was one of those things like, they're just trying to stop you from getting intel. And then it's funny because the Germans point to the British, who point to the French, who point to the, it's all over the place with like who did it. But somebody took a revolver up with them and started shooting at the other planes as they went by. And at that point, everyone was like, "Oh, okay. I guess it's cowabunga. It is." Nobody knows who did it first, though. Everybody, all of the nations, all point the finger at each other to be like they did it first. They're the ones that took a pistol up there and started shooting at other pilots. And then they started figuring out, okay, well, how do we shoot back? Well, if we mount them out on the wings, it's really difficult to, rearm them and everything like that. And, there are all these logistical problems. So we'll put them on the fuselage right in line with the pilot, so the pilot can aim it. New problem. You're going to have to shoot through the propeller. So they started making propellers out of weaker wood so they could actually shoot through them at first. Okay, I need you to understand how fucked this situation is. They shot through their own propellers knowing full well that they were literally removing their capability to continue flying. It was definitely a bold strategy, Cotton. So, it was actually the Germans that came up with the interrupter system, which is where they tied a wheel that was directly tied to the propeller itself, and it was underneath the machine gun, and it activated as safety. There were bumps on the wheel. These bumps on the wheel corresponded with the propellers. So, they would be slightly ahead of the propeller, and the bump would start off ahead of when the propeller was in front of the gun, and then it would go while it was in front of the gun and then rapidly drop back off. So when you held the trigger on the machine gun, it would actually be firing brr, 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 brr. But you wouldn't notice. The interrupter was stopping it. So now you no longer shot through your propeller plane, your propeller anymore. You actually had a functional warplane that stayed functional. And then the first bombs were wild. They had little containers that they had seated in with the pilot, and then the pilot would have to pull them up out of the container, activate the fuse, and then throw them over the side of the plane while they were flying, by the way. So then eventually they made the two-seater planes, and then they had the back seat became a gunner seat where they added another machine gun that had an interrupter to make sure you didn't shoot out the fucking tail. But it had an interrupter in it, and he was the one that was instead open up the containers and pull out the fucking mortar shells, light the fuse, and throw them down. And then they eventually figured out, well, what if we can just automate this system and put them underneath the plane and drop it that way? Yeah, the air developments for warfare in World War I are wild and wacky. Wild. That's where you get like the multi-deck, instead of having the biplanes, you have the triplanes, the quads, like, oh my god. There were some that had like 5 fucking wings to make them more mobile, or more maneuverable. Just wild times. Absolutely wild times. Actually, I wonder if there's a picture of a guy. Hang on. There might be a picture of a guy, now that I think about it. World War I, biplane, dropping bombs. One biplane, bomb pilot, maybe? Yeah. Here we go. Cool, there is. There actually is. There's 2 of them that are really good. There's 2 of them that are really good. Hold on. Both of these will work. I'm grabbing both of them. Alright, pull you over. Pull you over. Yeah. So, need you to imagine you're flying a literal like wood and canvas machine in the air, right? You have to keep piloting it. You have to keep stable. You have to make sure you're not like rattling the plane apart and everything. You then have to take your eyes and attention off of what you're doing, unscrew a bunch of stuff to then lift out this fucking thing, and then you eyeball throw it over the side of the fucking plane. Be like, yeah, there's good enough. Wah! Here's another one. Yeah, this is a great plan. Let me tell you, great plan. Again, World War One was wild for wacky shit like this. Wacky, actually, shit like this. You know, I feel it made it more personal. In a way, it did. It was very personal. Kind of like the first guy that pulled out a pistol when they were flying in the air and shot at somebody. It was very personal. That guy was having a bad day, and he personally wanted to fuck up the other pilot. Morning, Metamorphical.
New problems usually require the same old answers.
Hey, shoot that guy.
Now we're talking like World War I, right? Warfare at this point in time, not that sophisticated. As far as weapons go, you've pretty much got guns and then bigger guns, right? There's no drones, there's no Hellfire missiles, none of that shit. So people just start shooting at it with whatever they had, everything from machine guns to 90mm artillery. And for America, one of the most effective weapons against planes proved to be none other than the Browning M250 caliber machine gun created by none other than America's patron saint of hole punching, John Moses Browning.
Yep.
Now, does that seem a little crude by today's standard, where we have specialized missiles and ammunition that know where the plane's at and blow up and track down the aircraft and blow it out of the sky? Absolutely, but it's perfect because it follows the KISS principle, right? What's the problem? Fast-moving planes are hard to hit. Cool, let's just shoot at it a lot with a machine gun. We'll hit it eventually. It's accuracy by volume. So World War II rolls around. Planes get even faster. What do? We just shoot at it even more. You know what shoots more bullets than a single Browning M250 caliber machine gun? 4 Browning 50 caliber machine.
Yep. That was the M3. It's not MLGS. I keep doing MLGS, but that's because that's the M1128. It was the M3 half track. I'm trying to remember the exact designation of it. Fuck, I can't remember I can't remember the designation. I'm just looking it up. Yeah, it was an M3 half track that they mounted it in, so they would go around. What was your specific designation, sir? They redesignated from the M3 to the M16A1 and the M16A2, eventually the M17. The MGMC. What a fucking name. There you go. There you go.
Guns operating off of one trigger inside of the M45 quad mount. Okay, this thing was like Frank's Red Hot, all right? We put that shit on everything. We were putting it on trucks, on armored personnel carriers.
There it is. There's the M3 with it on it.
trailers that we'd pull behind the Jeeps. It was everywhere. And the cool part about this, other than the fact that it's 450 caliber machine guns, is while it may not be the best thing around for shooting a plane out of the air for that very narrow application, it was a really good option for pretty much any problem that you could run into on the battlefield, right? You've got 450 caliber machine guns pointed up at the sky looking for enemy planes. There's no enemy planes, but there's a bunch of enemy soldiers over there. Oh, there were a bunch of enemy soldiers over there. And that's why the M45 quad mount stood the test of time, because we were still slapping this thing on the back of trucks during Vietnam. We weren't really shooting down a lot of planes with it, but you know what? Every time the trees started speaking, John Moses Browning had something to say back.
Did you chop down this tree?
No.
Seeing how effective this was, the American government was like, you know, it'd be cooler than 450 calibers on the back of a truck if we took even bigger machine guns and stuck them on top of a fucking tank. So they took an M24 Chaffee tank, took the turret off, slapped two 40mm Bofors on it, and created the infamous M42 Duster. And they used it for pretty much the same thing, mobile deforestation. They would roll up with an M42 Duster, and they had a gigantic spotlight, and whenever they heard something, they would just blast the giant spotlight out into the woods and just mow everything down so the enemy was blinded by the light. Now, if you were hunting deer, would spotlighting like that be illegal? Depending on where you live, more than likely. However, we're not hunting deer, this is war, and as you all know, it's never a war crime the first time. So the M42 Duster becomes absolutely legendary among the men that use it in Vietnam. Time passes, we need to keep improving. Unfortunately, missile technology still not doing that great, so the best option we have is still accuracy by volume. How do we keep improving upon what we've already done? Let's get an even bigger gun. So they created one of my favorite vehicles of all time, the Vigilante. They took an M113 armored personnel carrier and slapped the biggest Gatling gun ever made on top of it. Now, does that make it better? No, it doesn't. But it does make it way more scary. Could you imagine being held up in a building and you're like, oh, the Americans are here, and then they pull up with that monstrosity and a guy flips a switch and all those barrels start spinning right before that thing starts pissing 3,037mm rounds per minute at your building? Buh! Sounds like just a bunch of wasted ammunition to me. Buh! Yeah, and this is America. We don't run out of bullets. We run out of bad guys, homie. You have two options in life, really. You can A, run out of ammunition, or B, be $20 trillion in debt. Go ahead and ask the Americans which one they picked.
Guns. Lots of guns.
Then the U.S. government came to the conclusion that missiles
that's fucking true. Holy shit.
Were going to be the way of the future, so they retired the Vigilante and replaced it with the Mauler, which was going to be an armored personnel carrier that carried a missile launcher that would fire anti-aircraft missiles. And to be honest with you, it kind of sucked for multiple reasons. One, missile technology still not that good at the time, so it wasn't very good at its job at shooting down enemy aircrafts. And then on top of it, it's a bunch of anti-aircraft missiles. It's not a giant machine gun that you can just aim at literally anything that's upsetting you. So the U.S. government realizes, well, this isn't working. They look around and they're like, well, what do we do have that is working? And the only thing that's kind of working is the M42 Duster, still putting in work until 1988. So they say, all right, accuracy.
Holy shit, I didn't realize it was that long. I didn't realize.
See, by volume it is. They take the M42 Duster and the Vigilante, they kind of merge them together, and they create the VADS, the Vulcan Air Defense System, my favorite anti-aircraft weapon of all time.
It's also in War Thunder when you get it. You are the kingfish of a very small pond until the moment you accidentally move yourself up too high in the tier listings, and then you're kind of fucked. But other than that, this thing is a monster.
They took the same M113 personnel carrier and then slapped a 20mm Vulcan rotary cannon on top, capable of firing 6,000 rounds per minute. And again, it works kind of okay on enemy aircraft and even better on enemy everything else. Do I have any examples of this? Why, yes, I do. In 1989, during Operation Just Cause, when the United States military went into Panama to remove the dictator Manuel Noriega, a bunch of his men were held up inside of a headquarters building, surrounded, to which the American forces told them, hey, you should probably go ahead and surrender, to which they were like, nah. To which the American commander said, all right, get the Vulcan up here. Go ahead and fire a warning shot at the front door.
Fire a warning shot.
Gunny, but it's an M224 60mm mortar.
I don't give a shit. Fire the fucking warning shot.
And here's what the building looked like after the warning shot. At which point all of the men inside were like, you know what, on second thought, actually, we will go ahead and surrender. The end. At this point, the problem now is that attack helicopters are a thing, like the Soviet Union has the Mi-24 Hind, and there's a new tactic that's been developed called pop-up. Basically, an attack helicopter would fly nape of the earth, very close to the ground, hiding behind trees and other terrain features until it got close enough to your troops, and then it would just pop up, and it would fire a missile, pop back down, and dip. By the time you realized you were getting shot at, the enemy was already gone, meaning that this weapon system was basically useless against this tactic, so America had to come up with a new weapon to counter this. So again, they look around at what's working. We've got the VADS. The VADS is working pretty good. Why isn't it working here? Well, it can't target and aim at the helicopter fast enough to respond before the helicopter fires its missile and takes off. So what if we made an anti-aircraft tank with big machine guns that had some super smart radar that would be able to sense the helicopter coming from miles away and just track it, and then the second it popped up, it would shoot it down before it could shoot at us? Sounds like a good idea. Let's put together a bid packet and then let people design one and see what they come up with. So they put together the criteria of what they're looking for. They're looking for a new anti-aircraft tank that's capable of keeping up with the M1 Abrams so it can protect them, and it needs to be able to use its radar systems to track up to 48 different targets at any given time, automatically prioritizing the most important target. And
remember, we also tried to come up with you actually see it in the game Command & Conquer Generals, where we tried to come up with a laser system for our tanks. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if they ever went through with it. I've heard they've gone through with it, but I don't know for sure. But it was a way to deflect missiles. So whenever somebody would fire a rocket or a missile at the tanks, at the Abrams, it was supposed to have a laser system that would target the missile and then quickly a little pierce and just make it explode before it hit the tank. Again, they didn't do the make it explode thing. They made the projectile like flip out in Generals, but you know, same basic concept. Same thing with like the Future Warrior program, where they did we made the greatest war crime gun of all time. only realized after we were using it so much. Did we realize, hang on, wait a minute. This is a programmable thing where it's a grenade launcher that can be programmed to blow up at a set distance. And if you shoot it at somebody, it's technically a bullet, so it's an exploding bullet, so this might actually be a war crime. Oops.
And auto-tracking that target. And then when it does fire, it needs to have up to a 50% hit rate from up to 2 miles away. Now, that sounds pretty cool, but it is a pretty big undertaking. Like, that's a big ask for the technology at the time. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, what I'm trying to tell you is they basically have 2 different strategies for air defense at the time. Okay, we have the keep it...
Before he gets into that, it's basically the Good Idea Fairy came along. Good Idea Fairy came along and stuck a bunch of good ideas into people's heads. And that's how we got the unicorns and fairy dust ideal, the high concept of what this vehicle should be.
Simple, stupid method. Okay, let's get a big machine gun and shoot a lot of bullets till we hit the target. Okay, and it's really convenient because not only is it good for shooting down planes, machine guns work on pretty much everything, so it's a very versatile weapon. And then we have the cutting edge technology option, you know, things like missiles. Historically, they haven't worked that great up until this point because, well, missile technology just isn't that good. But the technology's gonna get better eventually, right? But even then, the problem still remains that you now have a big weapon system with a very, very specific, narrow skill set that it needs to be used in, right? If you have a fucking tank that shoots anti-aircraft missiles and you're in a firefight with 300 guys on the ground, it's not really that helpful. So what if we merged the two together? What if we took the desired accuracy of a missile and then applied it to a couple of giant machine guns? Basically, what if we stuck an aimbot inside of the M42 Duster? It would be the perfect weapon. So they have the perfect plan. They have the perfect vision. The only problem is this is a pretty big ask for the technology of the late 1970s, early 1980s. So obviously, we're just going to let the engineers with the military contractors do their thing and build the weapon the way we want it. No, absolutely not. The government steps in and is like, no, we need to cobble this thing together with a bunch of old shit that we've got laying around.
My offer is this. Nothing.
This new super advanced anti-aircraft tank needs to be made out of the hull of an old Patton tank from World War II. In addition to that, instead of developing a new radar specifically designed for this mission set, I want you to just take a radar out of an F-16, you know, the radar for a fighter jet that's used to operating in open airspace with no objects around it whatsoever.
Oh
I want you to take that radar, shove it in this thing that's sitting on the ground, surrounded by other solid objects to fuck with the radar and just make it work. So 5 contractors get selected, Sperry, the same guys that made the Vigilante, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Ford Aerospace, and General Electric all get to work on making a prototype. In the meantime, we got to come up with a cool name, right? Okay, it's going to be this super badass state-of-the-art tank. It's going to be just like this expert marksman with an aimbot inside of it that's capable of shooting and auto-tracking anything. What should we name it after? I know the answer. Let's name it after Alvin York, aka Sergeant York, the World War.
Yep, the one who got the motto and moniker "Death from Above" coined. Dude was an absolute fucking badass. Like, holy shit, Sergeant York was incredible. If I remember one of the stories, when he was bringing back all those prisoners, he basically was like, are any of you going to give me trouble? One of them, like, Billy Badass, was like, yep. And so Sergeant York just shot him. Just like, bam. All right, well, that problem solved. Anybody else going to give me any trouble? No? Start fucking walking. He's not airborne. No, Duncan, he's not airborne. He's World War I. The reason they called it Death from Above was because he got on a high ground position above the German machine gun nests.
War I hero that was a renowned sharpshooter. Makes perfect sense. That's a great name from a great man. Now we just have to build a tank that lives up to that name, and to be honest with you, we're off to a horrible start. So blueprints for the prototypes get submitted. They pick the 2 best options. Those are from Ford Aerospace and General Dynamics. So they go ahead, they give Ford and General Dynamics $79 million each to build their prototype, and then they send them into testing to go head to head. In testing, they have the tanks out on the field. They have a bunch of drones fly by. The General Dynamics tank shoots down 19 drones, and the Ford tank shoots down 9. So naturally, they give General Dynamics the bid. I'm just kidding. They give it to Ford. Why the fuck would they do that? Well, apparently, they went ahead and decided that they liked the idea of having the 40mm ammunition that Ford was using over the 35mm ammunition that General Dynamics was using, even though the bid specified it could be any caliber between 30 and 40mm.
Here's what I heard. Blah, 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 size, bigger. And bigger is better.
So Ford goes ahead.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Really? Hey, Baron.
And they get the bid with their tank that was literally less than half as effective as the General Dynamics version.
Yep.
So Ford then goes, takes the money, builds 4 prototypes, and then starts manufacturing like 150 more of these things. The prototypes get put into testing, and they perform absolutely terrible. Now, the Sergeant York tank is supposed to be able to use its radar to lock onto enemies in 2 different ways. One, it can track motion, ideally the props on a helicopter spinning, and it'll lock onto that. And the backup is that it's got thermals, so it can lock onto heat signatures. Again, this is being powered by a radar that's out of an F-16, which was designed to operate in open airspace, so that radar is confused by trees and buildings, and if the guns aim up, the gun barrels interfere with the radar as well, so it's pretty much confused about everything.
Oh my god.
Tree? I am no tree.
If that wasn't bad enough, due to all the added weight from the 240mm Bofors and the radar and all the other equipment that's packed inside of this thing, it weighed way more than it was supposed to, meaning that it was too slow to keep up with the M1 Abrams, which was its entire point for existing. Eventually, some politicians start asking questions, which means journalists start asking questions, then they start writing articles, and then there's public outcry that the government's wasting money on this tank. So in 1984, the Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger, steps in and he's like, you know what? We're going to figure out if this thing actually works with even more testing, and this testing is going to cost $54 million. Now it's getting covered by the press. They've got the Sergeant York out there doing this expensive testing, and it's not able to shoot down a single drone that's moving like an actual combatant would move. So then they resort to just flying the drones low and slow in a straight fucking line, which is something an enemy aircraft would never do, and it still can't hit. But then it finally grazes one.
But I dicked it. It hit the bat.
You're still out.
You're Too fat!
Now, it doesn't shoot the drone down, but it did damage it. And according to protocol, the dude running the drone immediately hits the self-destruct button to blow it up. That way the drone didn't fly off and crash into something important, which is exactly what he was supposed to do. But all the journalists that were there interpreted that as the Army trying to rig the testing to make the Sergeant York look like it was effective. So now there's even more public outcry that we need to quit wasting money on this tank because the Army has invested billions upon billions of dollars in this thing, and it simply doesn't work. So then they go out and they have the helicopter drone just hover, which is something that would never ever happen, but that's what they do. And the York still cannot shoot down the drone. So then they add a bunch of radar reflectors to make it even more obvious to the York's radar where this helicopter is and have it be completely stationary. One of the lead journalists on this story described this as the equivalent to, and I quote, testing a bloodhound's ability to track a man by covering him with beef steaks and standing him still alone upright in the middle of a parking lot.
Yep.
And the Army is like, no. It works. It works and it's awesome. You know what we're going to do? Let's go. We're going to have a bunch of British officers and Australian high-ranking officers and Congress people that doubt us and bring them out to the field, and we're going to put on a demonstration and show them how awesome this thing is. And you know what? While we're at it, you know who else would love to see how effective this tank is? Alvin York's widow, who is 82 years old. We should bring her out here with Congress and show off the awesome tank that we named after her husband. So that's what they do. They go out to the training field. They get a nice set of aluminum bleachers, you know, the ones that burn your ass every time you go to your nephew's Little League game, those ones. And they set them out there. They get Congress, a bunch of high-ranking foreign military guys, and Alvin York's widow sitting out there looking at the Sergeant York on the practice field, and the only thing in eyesight is the latrine. The demonstration kicks off. The first drone's flying by. The operators inside the Sergeant York turn on the radar. It's supposed to auto-lock onto the helicopter. It's literally the only thing that's moving. And instead of beaming up to lock onto this helicopter drone, it immediately pans over and aims at the latrine because it sees the movement from the exhaust fan and interprets that as the closest viable target and aims at that instead. Drone finishes its flyby. Nothing happened. Okay, drone loops back around to do another flyby. Operators inside the Sergeant York are like, okay, rough start. No big deal. We locked onto the shitter instead of the helicopter. It's fine. Let's switch over to heat signature. So they switch over to lock onto a heat signature, and it does exactly what it was programmed to do. It locks on to the closest heat signature, which is not the helicopter. It's the hot-ass bleachers with all the congressional members and Alvin York's widow on it. So now Congress and Alvin York's widow are looking down the barrels of two 40mm Bofors, at which point everybody begins running and jumping off of these bleachers for obvious reasons. Some of the Congress people and military officers get hurt, they twist their ankles, whatever, and obviously this ends up being the end of the Sergeant York program, and it is considered a gigantic failure.
What, are we returning quick? Keep my name out your mouth!
Today, there's only a couple left in existence. There's one in the Alvin York Historical Park in Tennessee, and the other one is inside of the Air Defense Training Facility at Fort Sill, both of which stand as gigantic 54-ton, $8 billion examples of you should probably just follow the KISS principle and keep it simple, stupid. Speaking of the Air Defense Training Facility, I do have to give a special thank you to Corey, the curator of that facility.
That is genuinely fucking fantastic. You knew immediately. The moment they said they switched over to heat tracking, my very first thought in my head was, how much heat does a drone put out at that distance versus all the massed bodies of people in the bleacher? Like, wait, how much heat? Oh my god. Holy shit.
Facility and Fort Sill as a whole for letting me and my friend Ethan, Mr. Habitual Line Crosser here on YouTube, to come on to post and get an exclusive tour for our new Pepperbox exclusive TV show, Habitually Fat. That tour is where I got a lot of this information, and we filmed the entire thing, and that is our first episode ever, and it is up on Pepperbox right now.
By the way, if you've never seen the Valiant tank, the Valiant, I think, is probably one of the worst tanks ever created in the history of mankind. Like, ever. Ever.
Go check it out.
Aircraft circles back around. Now we're using the heat-seeking option. And so this thing, again, switch the system on, everything checks out immediately. We pick up two targets. Now the catch is, we've got an aircraft inbound, but we've also set up some nice aluminum bleachers off here, off to the side. And it begins to track on those aluminum bleachers. And Congress finds themselves looking down the barrels of 2 hot 40 millimeters. At that point, basically, they jump off the bleachers. You get sprained ankles. When you hurt Congress, that's going to be the end of your program.
It worked perfect. Why are they mad?
It works perfectly, just not...
on the shit house and the politicians. It's perfect. It's a perfect machine. It hates piles of shit. It's awesome. This is my new favorite tank. Other than that, thank you for watching. Best way.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, the Valiant. no, because the Doom Turtle, you need to understand something metamorphical. You need to understand. The Doom Turtle worked. Not for its intended purpose, because it wasn't needed. But the Doom Turtle functioned. I don't think you understand what level we're working at when we talk about Valiant being the worst tank ever designed by humanity. Oh, God.
Channels, go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out. Oh yeah, and don't forget to go check out Conflict of Nations. You get to pick your favorite country, mainly America, or if you like losing, you can pick somebody else. Don't forget to use my code to get all the freebies. I'm gonna go find a beer.
Yeah, fair enough. No, okay. I absolutely have to see if there's a video. No, I don't think Fat Electrician has one on it. No. Okay. We need to... I know the Chieftain had a video on it. I don't know if this one with I don't know if this one with Lindy Beige is it? I know the Tank Museum had a talk on it. The Chieftain had a talk on it. Lindy Beige had a talk about it. There's a section of it. Yeah, it's fucking incredible. It's incredible. How bad it is. Is this one about the Valiant? This one is about the Valiant. I don't know if he'll go into as funny of details on it, but David Fletcher. This is the David Fletcher video. Hold on. I'll get it up. We'll go full screen with it. Are you ready? Yeah, you need to understand when we talk about bad tanks, okay? When we talk about bad tanks, metamorphical, we're talking this is a tank that actually genuinely injures you if you use it. It's genuinely such a bad tank that it actually can cripple you for life just by being inside of it. Holy shit, it's so bad.
Now I'm going to do a tank chat on the A38 Valiant. If you like the tank chats, why not subscribe to the Tank Museum channel and watch them all, because there's now quite a series of them.
Yeah, David Fletcher.
Now, I know I've talked about the Valiant before in one of the...
Also, just look at this tank as well. Just look at it. It doesn't even look good, you know? It doesn't even look good. Make my stream louder? Okay, I will. Here we go. Just because David Fletcher's a little quiet, yeah. Alright. Leon, we're talking about the worst tank ever designed by mankind. Ever. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not just the turret monsters. No. All tanks technically have turret monsters. They're unavoidable, right? You can't eliminate every single turret monster in a tank. There's no way. The problem with the Valiant is that there was an everything monster inside the fucking vehicle. There's an everything monster. Not a turret monster, it's the fucking everything monster. Holy shit, this vehicle was so bad. Prepare yourself. I hope he goes into just how, like, comically bad this tank is, because it is wild.
Surveys of the 5 worst tanks. It hasn't got any better, it's still as awful as it always was. But I thought I'd bring them out in a general chat about the tank at the moment. Now, this was said to be...
It was in the top 5 worst tanks. It's not gotten any better.
improvement on the Valentine. And a lot of the people who write about it say if you look at it, you can see a lot of the Valentine in it. Well, I've looked at it and I can't see any of the Valentine in it, but that's neither here nor there, I suppose. It was built largely as an assault, or probably an infantry tank, really, but they tended to call it an assault tank in those days, I suppose, to keep the Americans happy. It's got a cast front. It's about 114mm armour thickness at the front, except this one, of course, is unarmoured, as it says on that triangle. And it means that the tank was slow and meant to be fairly resistant to incoming fire, but at the same time, it's got some weird features. It's powered by a General Motors diesel in the back, a 6-cylinder diesel, that drives through a 5-speed American gearbox, a Spicer gearbox, into a clutch and brake type steering, and that comes out on the rear sprockets, as you can see there. They say that the suspension is very much like the Valentine. Well, I don't believe it is at all. It's got the same number of road wheels each side, and they are all the same size, which was something people were relieved about. But the actual method of suspension is rather complex. It involves a pair of swing arms working inside the wheel with a coil spring between them, and that more...
This is when we figured out the sprocket wheel system. At this point, it was like, no, why are you trying to overcomplicate things? Stop it. Leave that to the Germans. Let them overcomplicate the shit out of their fucking wheel mechanisms. Let us use the really nice wheel mechanism off the Shermans, please.
More or less takes care of each wheel station, except that each wheel station also has a tube running down to it containing lubricants. The drawback with that is that the tubes were swept away whenever the tank went over any sort of rough ground and broken, so they didn't do any good at all, which seems to me rather a pointless exercise, but still, there we are. So that's the...
What if you just you wanted to oil the ground as you went? It's kind of like a dog marking its territory. This fucking mutt was pissing all over the ground as it was driving. Just for shits and giggles. So he says how long the test drive of this thing lasts. Oh, I know. I can't wait. Again, if this video doesn't go into just how much of a horrific abomination this thing is, I mean, he's going to go into it a bit, right? We'll try to find the Chieftain video where they talk about just how awful the Valentine is, from being inside of it to the point that the inspectors were scared. Oh my god. It's not even an artillery. It doesn't even have an artillery gun on it. It has a normal gun on it.
Basic design. The cast front, a welded back just like any other tank, really. It was a terribly uncomfortable tank. The driver sat in here, and when his hatch was opened, and it opened like a butterfly wing, if you like, it tended to get in the way of the gun, which was rather a nuisance. But also the driver was very cramped. When he was closed down, he was sitting in a sort of hunched position, trying to drive, and if he drove opened out, he stood a pretty fair chance of cracking his head on the back of the hatchway to get in. So that wasn't really ideal, but they also found that with the gear change, when it came to going up to 5th gear, when it came out of 5th, it came back with such velocity but it struck the right-hand steering lever and nearly broke the driver's wrist.
The stick to shift gears. The stick to shift gears is also a thing that can injure you permanently. Wait till he gets... I hope he talks about the pedals. Please talk about the pedals. Holy shit. Talk about the pedals where they can kick up and then strap your fucking ankle in and then wrench it free. Oh my god, please talk about the pedals.
Which wasn't ideal. If they tried first gear, it got itself so wedged by the side of the tank that it needed a crowbar to get it out again. Not the best thing to do with a tank. They also found that with the 3 pedals on the floor,
yes,
the brake would only work because it was so cramped and so hemmed in by this cast armour. The brake would only work if the driver put his heel on it. He had to do that. If he put his toe on it, there was also the risk of his foot slipping through between that pedal and the next one. And they say the only way to get the driver out if he got his foot stuck like that was to cut his foot off.
He didn't go into as much detail as I wanted, but I just love that. If you tried to use your toes, you would slip between the two. Then the only way to get your leg back out is to cut your foot off. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It seems a little bit drastic, but still, that was what they said. As it happened, on the 2 times it went out for trial, the driver found it so uncomfortable that he complained, and they stopped the trial there and then, and never found out if it worked at all. Now the turret's interesting. Not only is it incredibly tall,
the fucking test driver was like, this is too fucking uncomfortable, I ain't doing it.
compared with pretty well any other turret, and there's no obvious reason for that tallness. It was done to give the gun the maximum elevation and depression that you can get. This one's got a 75mm gun in it. We think when it was built it had a 6-pounder. The two are basically the same weapon, and it's got a coaxial Brownie next to it. You'll notice there's no machine gun in the hull at all, but in the turret you've got again a fairly thick armour carapace at the front, about 114mm, bolted to the rest of the turret there, and it contains 3 men: commander, gunner, and loader stroke wireless operator. So from that point of view, it was certainly an improvement on the Valentine, but only just. But on every other point of view, it's an absolute disaster. The other problem with it was that the very back of the tank is only about 8 inches and 9 inches off the ground, and it tended to drag its arse along the ground if you...
So this thing had no clearance, okay? This thing was so bad, it had no clearance whatsoever. It is wild. It is wild how awful this vehicle is. In every regard. In every single regard, it is... This vehicle is a utter disaster. Overly complicated, poorly laid out. Fucking, you didn't have just turret monsters. You had everything in the tank was a fucking monster. You needed a crowbar to wrench it out of first gear. And if you went from 5th gear to 1st gear and hit with such velocity, it would break your wrist. Oh my god. Oh my god, it'd be fucking incredible.
Forgive the expression, which was not really the ideal way. It also, in the hull design, had a bit of an overhang at the back, so if it encountered any rough ground, it tended to get stuck on it. You'll also notice, if you can see the sides of the tank, that the turret ring extends outwards from the hull. And that causes quite a shot trap. It means incoming rounds are likely to bounce off the sloping part of the hull there and go in underneath, and that's not a good idea really. You want as few of those as you can have, but that's why that was done, to try and make a slimmest possible hull with the larger.
So basically saying if a round came in this way, right, and it would hit, deflect here, and get caught in, and therefore go inside the vehicle. It's a big yikes.
Turret to take this gun, but it does seem a cockeyed arrangement. Now this particular prototype was built by Ruston and Hornsby, who are a Lincoln firm. They built tanks before, they'd never actually designed one. And most of the project began as a Vickers Armstrong's project, but they washed their hands of it and passed it on to Metropolitan in Birmingham, who also washed their hands of it and passed it on to Ruston's in Lincoln. And that alone is an indication of how dreadful the tank was. It's the fact that nobody wanted to complete it. It was a joint Rolls-Royce and Ruston's project in the end, and they never actually completed it. There are those who say that given time, it could have been quite a good tank, but there wasn't time. It took from 1942 until 1944 to get it running, never mind completion. The turret inside is otherwise pretty hollow. It doesn't have any seats in it. The mechanical rotation.
I forgot it didn't have any seats in it. Do you know how awful that would be? Having to stand inside this tank for a battle? Ugh. Oh my god. Oh my god, that would be genuinely terrible. Ugh.
Rotation gear for the turret is impossible to reach, and there's nowhere for anybody to stand, no turret basket or anything. So from that point of view, it was hopeless. They really hadn't finished it. They'd submitted it for trials, and the trials were only in the mechanical layout of the hull and the suspension, all of which failed. So it really was a disastrous tank in many ways. I think it's the worst tank in this museum at the moment, but I have to be a bit careful about that. But that's my view of the thing. But I think we ought to show the awful tanks as well as the better ones, just to give some sort of contrast. And this is definitely one of the worst ever built. I'm sure of that.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that, and please do subscribe to the Tank Museum's channel on YouTube and support us on Patreon so that we can make even more videos like this.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I could say the Ferdinand's worse. Again, the Ferdinand is stupid. It's one of those things where it's not like, oh no, the Ferdinand is a smart tank. No, the Ferdinand was a stupid ass tank too. Oh my god. The Ferdinand was genuinely dog shit as well, but at least it didn't like try to kill and permanently maim its own crew. Yeah, but okay, Duncan. But the pedals, no. But the pedals and gear shift didn't try to kill the crew. It's just the engine exploding. Kind of what happened to the Doom Turtle, where it couldn't go up an incline because they only gave it a single fucking Sherman tank engine for some baffling reason. Oh, oh my god. Yeah, no, the Ferdinand, though, is a genuine piece of dog shit. 100%. There's no argument for me. It is a genuine piece of dog shit as well. Hey, Geiger, welcome. Honestly, same thing for the mouse and everything like that. They were too obsessed with bigger is better. Way too obsessed with it. right? We talk about it multiple times. Talk about the fucking V2 rocket facility, the Doom Fortress that Hitler wanted, the Doom Factory, instead of mobile launch sites like what his generals wanted. If tankers are to tanks, then what is to a spag? I want you to say it in public and see if you get slapped. Oh, God. It's just wild. Like, it is just genuinely wild. Again, there are some incredible examples of like really awful tanks, but man, it is wild. Movie chat or not, but thanks for doing what you guys do. I really need the distraction right now. Fair enough. Hopefully things get better for you. Yeah, again, this Saturday's movie it's gonna be one for the fucking memory books for sure. Holy shit. It even looks horrible. And it was funny because I opened it up there at the store. I opened this fucking piece of shit movie up at the store and I look at it. I was like, huh, it looks like it's never been watched even once. I wonder why. Yeah, for anyone that's curious, we are doing the movie Battle Dogs, which has one critic review on Rotten Tomatoes and an audience rating of 18%. And oh boy, oh boy, does the CGI look like amazing. Again, they have an on the back blurb. Hang on, can I bring up a thing of this so you guys can see this? Battle Dogs DVD case. I want you guys to see the back of the box blurb. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, we do have it. All right. This is the back of the box. Prepare yourselves, chat. And look at this. An action-packed creature thriller in the tradition of Aliens in District 9. Who said this? You have it in quotes. Who said this? Who in the fuck? Name and shame them. name and shame them right now. Who the fuck said that? Who said that? I want names. Oh man. It's something special, that's for sure. Oh god. Wait, what are the special features? Original widescreen presentation, the making of Battle Dogs, and the gag reel. I am morbidly curious on those, actually. If this turns out to be really well written, I will donate. If it turns out to be really well written, this will get added as a permanent roster in the What the Fuck movies. Okay, if this is actually well written, I'm 100% adding it into the rosters of Evil Dead and stuff like that. Just as like, what in the fuck is this? I almost feel like it's a safe bet it isn't going to be well written. But I guess there is a hope, right? There is a hope that it might be. Its running time is 90 minutes, by the way. Oh my god. You don't want to smell what the Such is cooking this Saturday. cooking up some fucking vile and wicked shit. That's what we're doing. We're cooking up some stuff for sure. Oh my god. Again, though, does the back of the box here like lead you to much confidence? They look kind of like rats, don't they? Don't they just kind of look like rats? Not wolves. You know what I mean? It says they're supposed to be wolf men, but these just kind of look like rodents. like I don't think you know what wolves look like. B-movie grade vermintide. Yep. Looks like Skavens now that you mention it. It really does. It really fucking does. They do not look like wolves. Because safe search is off. Let's make sure. Let's make sure. Okay, good. No, it's like, if I type in wolf, will I actually get wolves or what will happen? Yeah, here you go. Hey, we're going to flip back and forth between these. Ready? This is a wolf. Multiple times. So yeah, wolves. Right? Battle dogs. I don't know. Let's see. What if we put in rat? Now add rats to the mix. I'm very worried here, actually. So hold on. Rats. I'm just waiting for that moment when Google, you type in something completely innocuous and then all of a sudden it just has something. Or that was like when we typed in Gambison. Oh, I wonder if that's still a thing too. We'll check that in a second too. I'm gonna put Gambison in just to check. No, it's not anymore. It's not. Do you remember that? Do you remember Stags? Stags long ago now when we had Sir Ben on, and I was talking about Gambison, and I wanted to show what Gambison looked like, so I typed it in Google, and one of the first results was like damn near a stripper. So the guy's like what? How is that remotely related to Gambison? Like what? And then Sir Ben typed it in, and he's like, what the fuck? It's like one of the first image results. Scrolls down 2 rows. Ah, fetish art. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, All right, here we go. All right. So again, battle dogs. Okay. Wolves. All right. Battle dogs. Rats. They look so much more like rats because of the ears and stuff. They look so much more like rats. You know what I mean? Look at them ears. Wolfies. The good puppers. Versus rats. Again, they look like fucking Skaven. Hang on, and just to be entirely fair, because the battle dogs are growling. Hold on. All right, there you go. So just to be entirely fair, to be the closest to it as possible, right? Growling, face all scrunched up, right? And then here's a wolf actually growling. Right? You know what I mean? They don't look like wolves. They do not look like wolves. You have an idea. Uh-oh. What's your idea? Oh, God. Which rat? Which one? This one? This one in particular, I mean? Of the two here? Oh, the battle dog? I don't know if I can. And we'll try and put it next to it. Hold on. Alright, let's do this. Okay, yeah, and I'm just going to put it through Google search. Yeah. Google image thing, like a reverse Google search. I'll see if I can do that. Okay, take that. Let us go and put it into... Put it into here. Okay, open the link. How do we do a reverse thing? Oh, it has Grok. Oh, no. I'll show you what I'm going to work with here, right? That's what we're working with. Okay? This is what we're working with. Just see what it'll try to interpret it as. What do I do? Damn it, I accidentally hit the fucking key. Oh, click the camera icon. Okay. Right. An image or upload a file. Fook. Fook, 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 fook. Where did I save? Where did I save it to? I'll save it real quick. Save image. Desktop. Okay. Is it saved? Okay, yeah, it saved it. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Now pull this in here. No, it actually does. No. Look, it actually does. Here we go. I'll show you. It's actually doing werewolves. Yeah, so it's actually doing werewolves. I guess it considers them werewolf enough. Actually, what am I doing? I shouldn't be scrolling down like this. I have a bad feeling. Someone posted, let's see how down bad you are. Would you be Matilda as Hunter the Parenting sex slave for 1 year for $1 billion? Like, you're giving us a second reward? Wow. No, but then somebody did a horrible thing, Duncan. Somebody did a horrible thing, though. They started mentioning, well, she's likely lupus born, and so that means she's likely, she's likely also, just over. Maybe she's a new shifter. So if she's a new shifter, it means she's probably 3 years old. And I'm like, no, stop, cease, fucking cease, cease. Do not start this shit. It's like, you fucking suck. Cursed. Also, BRB. Exactly. It is fucking totally cursed. Safe search is not active. Nope. I like to live dangerously. I like to live dangerously. Crocs have their chupacabras. Nice. I'm in danger. Actually, let's see. What we're gonna do. Woo! There are a lot of really terrible werewolf designs. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of really bad ones. That one looks pretty fucking cool. There's the Van Helsing one, which that one does look great. That one looks really fucking cool. What is this from? Hold on. Let me look at this. Look at this, chat. Look at this. That one actually looks really fucking cool. Bit small, but I've like the design wise, that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. There's some really bad ones though. Holy shit, there's some really bad ones. Its name translates to goat sucker in Spanish. Yep. Follow the Frontier is back. I scrolled down and saw a teaser trailer released recently by them for the new Frontier. Yep, I know. Fucking Wolfie sent me that, and I was just like, why? Why? Yeah, I'm curious what this comes from. Because that's actually, again, that's not a bad design. Oh, there are a bunch of werewolf designs that look terrible. Again, that looks terrible. Even that one looks terrible. That one looks good. That one looks good from what I can see of it. I guess it's this right here. It's supposed to be like the Van Helsing wolf, only they move the ears. So here's the Van Helsing wolf, where its ears are a lot closer. And then here they just spread the ears out more. Yeah, so it's this one. So this is the Van Helsing wolf. And they just move the ears out. And again, it looks good. The old Dragon Age wolves. Rough. Very rough. Oh, that one's really bad. Ugh. That one doesn't look that bad, actually. I mean, it looks low budget, but it doesn't look that bad, honestly. I had to become a werewolf to progress with a companion quest line. It also bugged me that I had to join College of Winterhold just to ask about Elder Scrolls to progress with the main storyline. I mean, yeah, I can agree with that. Oh, fucking bots. Brutal. Get out of here. Yeah, again, this. So, this is called Wolfpack. Wolfpack TV review. Wolfpack. Oh. 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 That's pretty. That's pretty yikes right there. That's pretty fucking yikes right there. Holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty fucking rough. It's pretty fucking rough, buddy. Again, the full thing looks actually not bad. Where's soy? Hey, look what I mean. The full thing actually looks fine. Yeah, man, oh man, that isn't. Where's the one? Oh, they don't have it anymore. Fuck. I shouldn't have done that. We should have stayed where we were. Oh well, whatever. Oh, here's the sci-fi one. Oh my god. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. No, I want to. And if I click on this one again, okay, that one looks good. Show called Being Human, apparently. Yeah, that one looks good. And kind of cheapy looking. It's the legs. Don't worry, this one doesn't look bad. That one's a no bueno. This one is interesting just because of, again, 4 arms. Yeah. This one, no bueno. I think the head's too narrow on this one. I think the head needs to be wider. You know what I mean? So I mean, look how they kind of have that like puff out. I feel like the head's too narrow. Like if this had the puff out, I think it would look a lot better. This is Ginger Snaps. I've never seen it. It's amazing that the image got smaller between the two. Fucking brilliant. Ginger Snaps one doesn't look bad. This looks like a kind of funny thing. Definitely not on that one. Not on this one, but this one looks better. Huh. This is funny. It's just funny. Yeah, that's a no bueno. This doesn't look like a werewolf. This just looks like a dog. You know what I mean? Or like a gnoll. Huh. There are no good werewolf games. Apparently there's one somebody recommended, but it's like, it was a fan-made game thing. So I guess I could say there's no good like official werewolf games, right? Yeah, that one looks fucking nice. Huh. This one I think looks pretty good. Again, I would do the little puff out things here a bit more. But other than that, I think it looks fine. Wild memories of Flash games with microtransactions like Adventure Quest. It's funny you say that, by the way. Hold on a second. It's funny you say that. What was it called? Was it the Atrox? Atrax launcher? No. I have the launcher. I know I do. Hold on. Artix launcher. What do you mean, these? Oh. Yes. Oh my god. Yep. I'm well aware. Well aware. Oh my god. That's pretty fucking sick. I'm not gonna lie. I just saw this. That's pretty fucking sick. Don't really need the wings or anything though, but you know, fuck it. The fuck is that company? They make games called like the Adventure Quest series and things. They are really low budget like Flash games. It's wild. It's wild. This is the night of the werewolf, run for your lives. This is the night to never get out alive. Okay. Holy shit. I'm going to say the people at Adventure Time have a very specific thing. Because I typed in Adventure Time. Adventure Quest Werewolves. This is the original ones. I remember these. But look at that. I think somebody's cooking here. I think somebody's cooking real hard here. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, I'm like, look at these. Like, this is what I remember. The draconian ones, it looked exactly like this, only it was they were dragons, but they had this exact same body proportions and everything. But yeah, that's fucking great. Holy shit. That is great. Look at that. Look at that. That's fucking great. Damn. To go from this. And like I said, the dragons were the exact same. They were the exact same, okay? They looked like this. I had time to lose, okay? Yeah, no, I did too. I think everybody that played Adventure Quest in school, that was specifically one of those things like, I had time, you know. There was fuck it. But no, that is a huge upgrade. That is really fucking good. I mean, look how scuffed this really is. Think about this honestly. Look at this closely, right? Like, not actually holding the weapon. You can see it's just fists. They literally pasted the weapon behind it. They couldn't be bothered to, like, remove the thumb or anything. The ankles aren't lined up at all. Like, Adventure Quest was a thing, right? It was a vibe. Adventure Quest was a vibe. That's all it was. You played it just to play it. But no, that is an incredible fucking upgrade. That is crazy. Even this one looks fucking great. Especially in comparison, right? If you compare between. But that is genuinely incredible. Holy shit. It really was. Dragon Fable, though. Oh my god. Fucking nostalgia. Nostalgia hit right there. Oh, I forgot there was a 3D version of Adventure Quest. I forgot. Look at this. I forgot there was a 3D Adventure Quest world. Or, sorry, Adventure Quest 3D. And that's not too bad. For, given how low budget the Adventure Quest series stuff are, that's not too bad. Yeah, these I think look fucking great. Great, it's just a palette swap, but again, these look great. This one doesn't look bad. Yeah, that one doesn't look bad. That would be a bone gnawer. Oh, that would be a bone gnawer for sure. Oh, fucking Shadow Lord. I know. Yeah, because we were doing a reverse Google search for Are you ready for this? Dimitri, I don't think you're ready for this. I showed everybody the back of the box for the upcoming movie this Saturday, right? This is the back of the box. Again, I just love the fucking quote blurb up here that's not accredited to anybody. It's fucking wild. If Matilda's a bone gnawer, I'm really glad they didn't add more fuel to the fetish fire with their skunk spray ability. Why would you say that? Alright. But no, seriously though. So what I did here is I did a reverse image search of the battle dog, and we got all that, and we got a bunch of like terrible werewolf designs, right? Just kind of like and then we had some really good ones. This one was good. I wish it had more puffy cheeks. But again, that's not bad. The Van Helsing one, of course, where they move the ears to either side, that's actually pretty fucking good. Like, there's some good ones in here. Some really good ones. Even this one, I think, is really fucking good. But it's just kind of off-putting because it's the forearms. And you got this one. Again, if it had the puffy cheeks out, I think it would help a lot. His face looks really squished from either side. Somebody smooshed him. Somebody smooshed him. He got smooshed. Oh, yeah, then you had this. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this thing? Yeah, in the tradition of Aliens District 9, it's like, who said that? Yeah, we said they look a little more like rats than they did anything else. Again, the old Dragon Age werewolves. And this one looked fucking great. But most, as we said, see, 'cause most of these are like the same ones, but then you get stuff like this. It's just like, eh. And this one looks fantastic. And I'm very curious what this is from. You know? Because obviously this is cut out and pasted on here, right? But I'm curious where this is from. Because that actually doesn't look bad. Oh, this is the Doctor Who one? Because, yeah, that one's, again, that does not look bad. That does not look bad. Oh, I remember that episode. Right? Because that was the one where they went back to, like, Victorian era. Or something like that. They went back to Victorian era, and they had to protect one of the royals, but one of the royals actually got bit by one of the werewolves. I think bit or scratched. Yeah, and then the Doctor was like, you know what? It was said that the royals were actually werewolves. Yeah, I remember that now. I remember. And again, Queen Victoria knew about the Doctor because the Doctor's been messing around with England so much that the royals are aware of the Doctor's existence. Yep. No. It wasn't him. I thought it was the 10th Doctor that did it. Not gonna lie. Van Helsing as a werewolf probably awoke quite a few people to a side of themselves they weren't aware of. I mean, oh fuck, it's super low res. Super low res. Hold on a second. Again, I like to live dangerously because safe search is off, but let's not tempt fate, shall we? Yeah, like I said, the one thing I would change on the Van Helsing werewolf, and they did it on the other one. The one thing I would change on the Van Helsing werewolf is his ears. His ears are too close. But you saw that one image that they did. They actually changed it to have his ears separated more. So here, I'll pull this up. This is the comic version of Van Helsing, so we'll pull that up. I want to get a good image of the Van Helsing werewolf. No, that's somebody fixing the ears. Oh, it's a good image, but it's so low quality. Why the hate it. Hate it when you find the image and it's like, yes, that's the one, and then it's super low quality. It's 250 by 239 pixels. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? All right, there we go. Oh, that's better. That's better. Okay, it's not great, but that's better. So this is the Van Helsing one. Right? And I said the only problem he has is his ears are a little too close. His ears kind of throw it off a bit, right? Especially when he does the full growl. But then somebody fixed it and they moved his ears, and I really like that look. This is the comic variant. And I actually really like the look. But yeah, seriously. Van Helsing movie. The Van Helsing movie is a B-movie schlock. But it's really well done. Really fucking well done. Van Helsing is a fantastic movie if you've never seen it. It is genuinely fantastic. The fact the Doctor stops to behold the completed werewolf and comment how beautiful it was is pretty based. You know, yeah, the 10th Doctor had moments where it was like, he's literally me. Oh my god. Yeah, the one that starts with Van Helsing fighting Mr. Hyde. Yep. That is correct. Everybody was cringe, okay? I hate to break it to you. Everybody will have that phase in their life where they're cringe. Every single person goes through it. Nobody's an exception. everybody will have that moment. They'll look back on it in life and be like, "Ah, yeah, that was dumb." I am cringe and I am free. Exactly. Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, just do it. Boy and Hunter the Parenting, Boy's Adventure and Hunter the Parenting is fucking great. That level of cringe, I had that. I had that because I wrote all the time, right? So I had those moments where I had the cringy, like, Gary Stu, who was the best at everything and was overly aggressive. Oh my god. Oh my god. When I was watching that Boy's Adventure from Boy's point of view on Hunter the Parenting, I was like, oh no. Oh no, I wrote so many, he's a badass and doesn't afraid of anything characters when I was young. Oh my god. Yeah. And the girl looked at him, and she was clearly a crush. And he was like, if you keep looking at me, I will kill you. She was like, oh my god, that's so hot. And it's like, oh, no. No, it's not. Stop. I'm feeling personally attacked now. Stop. Oh my goodness. I like doing multiple viewpoints. Or people that have like a grim acceptance of their fate is more what I like. Kind of like Thorin Denderson has grim acceptance of his fate. He's accepted that he will follow Dendor no matter where it leads him. I can fix the antisocial misanthrope, yeah. Same thing with Cross. Cross has accepted his fate. He's accepted he will follow wherever Luna guides him on the path of the beastly moon. Oh my god, excuse me. Woo! Sorry, this is bleh. Nasty and gross. Again, that also gives more evidence for D being a mummy, right? Because he knew Gilgamesh. Like, he acts like he knew Gilgamesh. So that's thinking like, D's a fucking mummy, okay? I swear, D is an actual mummy. Also, again, I'm putting down a bet on the table right now, okay? I did it last time when we talked about Hunter the Parenting. But my bet on the table is that Big D slept with one of the Gauru. That there is at least a kinfolk that is one of his children that Marcus is going to run into. And it's going to be like Leonard or Lemoy or something like that, right? Something close to Lehman Russ or something. I don't know. Like Larry. Who knows? It'll be something like that. And it's going to be like, brother, what are you doing here? What the fuck? Because I guarantee you, I bet you Big D would do that. That screams like something Big D would do, you know? That's exactly what Gilgamesh looks like. It's yeah, no, I 100% believe, one, Big D's a mummy, and two, Big D absolutely got with a Gauru and made a kinfolk at the minimum, if not a Gauru. Again, there's too many good similarities, right? Because they do those kind of jokes things, right? They do those little joke nods to 40K, so yeah. To be a Russell Terrier named Lemon? No, don't do Russell Terrier. Make him an actual Grey Wolf, right? Because that's what Lehman Russ was. And we're getting a ton of similarities between everything, right? Like, Marcus literally had a thing go into his eye now. Like, I'm shocked he didn't actually lose it. He's much more of a brainiac, obsessed with, like, knowledge and artifacts and everything, and he has fucking incredible red hair. Holy shit. He's also built like Magnus the Red, honestly. No, I think they should genuinely make... I'm totally fine with the name Lemon. I think that'd be funny. But make it... yeah, Lemon is the name, and then it's a gray wolf, Gauru. And it is one of Big D's children. And he just sees Marcus, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing here, brother? Who the... And Matilda's like, I got told to bring him. Why would you bring the fuck up of the family or something, you know? Here, why would you bring the family here? I have no idea who's going to be Sanguinius. I don't... Boy might be filling in for Sanguinius. Honestly. Because of how much Big D cherishes him so much, right? Like, I almost feel like Boy is playing the Sanguinius role. My precious grandchild, who can do no wrong. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Duncan. That's what I mean. Well, it wasn't his father's home. Remember, it was his fiance's home. Right? So, it wasn't Big D's house, it was Kitten's house. Big D talks about, though, that he unfortunately made an American, which is door. The best part of construction, boy. Destruction. Yeah, so, no, again, Van Helsing werewolf, 100%, thumbs up. Boyd does seem to be the narrator, judging by the title cards of each main chapter. They feel like it sometimes. And he turned out American! Isn't it awful? Like I said, I think that would be a fun way to kind of incorporate more into Big D's crusade, right? Because it feels like each member of Big D's family, there's something special about them. Like, clearly, Door is a hunter, through and through, right? Door is an actual fucking hunter. He's probably the most competent of them, and he's the most dedicated to being a hunter. So, other than his father, right? I'm talking about the children. And then you have Marcus, who again is going to be more the obsessed bookworm, he's going to awaken at some point, right? He got contacted by an entity. I very much feel like it's the worm. I feel like he has one of the triadic worm has contacted him and has basically going to gift him with ascension. So I feel like Marcus is going to be the mage. Kitten is Bastati. I don't think there's no way. There's no fucking way. There are way too many things for that, so maybe he won't go full. Maybe he'll just be kinfolk forever, but man oh man. Yeah. The one that was given to the Fae was Anton. Horse is obviously Horus. Horus. Yeah. You know, that one's a bit on the nose. But I love that Horus is a demon-possessed entity who also is somehow related to Big D, so, quite fucking questions. Goodbye, my nephew. Yeah, exactly. And Horse is Big D's favorite child. You have alerted the horse. No, yeah, so, well, I know what I'm doing. We're gonna be playing Adventure Time at some point. Sorry, Adventure Quest at some point. I'm going werewolf. They don't exist. They don't exist. They do not exist. Oregon and Omegon. Have you seen them in the same room at the same time? I don't think so. Also, are they actually traitors or not? I don't know. It's very confusing. I do like the theory that they aren't actually traitors. They joined the Traitor Legion to fuck them over from the inside. I actually genuinely like that theory because it seems like the cockamamie scheme that someone like that would do. You know what I mean? I'm going to say vampire. They'll be kindred. That's what I think. I think what'll happen is they'll run into one of Big D's children who will be a kindred. And he'll be like, I'm trying to, oh, I didn't record to it. I'll probably record the new chapter when it comes out, whenever chapter 6 comes out. We'll probably just do it live here on fucking a stream, honestly. Like, I'll probably save it for, like, a day or something. Oh, my God. But I'll probably watch it live on stream. I'm trying to get Kree caught up. There's a lot to go through, but I'm trying to get Kree caught up. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, Andre. I would feel like, because of what they're setting up, our gang is basically getting a bit of everything. So I feel like Oregon and Omegon are going to be kindred. I don't know what clan, though. I'm trying to think what clan they would best be. It'd be funny if they were La Sombra, actually. That'd be kind of amusing. Or if they were like a Ventru anti-Tribu or something like that. Like, again, anti-Tribu could be cool, just cool as well. One is La Sombra, one is Ventru. Oh no. Oh no. Brother, we were supposed to get embraced by the same vampire and then kill them horribly. What happened? Well, I went to the other room, brother. When you said room 116, I thought you said room 161. Oh, silly me. But no, I could 100% believe that. And then they're trying to bring down they're trying to bring down the kindred from the inside. That would be fucking amusing as shit. That would actually be pretty fucking amusing. They would be menaces. Oh God, exactly. Ah, Father, it's very good to see you. No, what happened? You've been embraced. Yes, Father. That way we can diablerize all of the older vampires and get stronger and kill more vampires. It's genius. Oh no. Oh no. Sounds like Step Brothers but World of Darkness, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. That's why I like Hunter the Parenting, because they have the comedy aspect of it, but they try to keep playing it seriously as well, right? That's why I don't think they'll say, like, I don't think Matilda is going to be a Get a Fenris Alrune, because then I'd be like, why in the fuck is a Get a Fenris Alrune infiltrating a thing, and then her handler tells her, leave everybody alive? That's fucked. Again, it worked for funny, right? Oh, Get a Fenris Alrune had to infiltrate. Lol. Yeah, my bet is she's a Lupus-born Ragabash Bonar. That's my bet. Like, that makes most sense to me. Especially if you're going for infiltration. One of the Ragabash's gifts is that they can unlock doors. So, really fucking handy if you actually wanted to infiltrate stuff. How good of a hunter would Brock Sampson from Venture Bros be? That's a rough one. Because I think he'd unfortunately fall into the trap that Johann Bach fell into, right? Where he'd get tunnel vision and get too much in his own head. And that's not saying anything. There's nothing wrong with Brock. Brock Sampson is fucking great. But it's one of those things that's just like, I don't know. Every single thing that just happened to you over the last 24 hours was orchestrated by me and my insane mind. Yeah, so as we all came to agree, yeah, the Van Helsing movie, Werewolf, probably awakened a lot of things in a lot of people. In that sense of, oh boy, I hope this doesn't awaken something in me. What? ResearchGate.net. Okay, no, weird. Nope, I don't want it. Speaking of werewolf, there's a traitor clan, the Shard Soothing, right? It was the White Howlers. The White Howlers are known as the Fallen Tribe, or the Traitor Tribe, wherein they are the Black Spiral Dancers, right? The White Howlers are the Black Spiral Dancers. They're the ones that first made them. Agua. Not the city slickers, the tech ones? You mean glasswalkers? Like, I don't know, I guess I'm trying to decipher what you mean. Because you have bone gnawers and glasswalkers that are more Weaver aligned. Though I like the fact that a lot of the other Gauru on the World of Darkness server call them the glass lickers. Yeah, no, glasswalkers are essentially that. They don't have like forests and everything like that. Their cairns, their bonds and everything are inside of cities. So they're a lot more Weaver tainted than other Gauru. So a lot of other Gauru that are more traditional don't really like glasswalkers, but they begrudgingly have to admit they're very helpful in the modern Knights. Right? Because glasswalkers, like, even when they go Krynos form, a part of a glasswalker going Krynos is that it can actually, like, disrupt camera feeds that are looking at it. Incredibly fucking handy when it comes to keep maintaining the veil, right? If you go Krynos form and all of, like, the stuff that could photograph you or video record you suddenly malfunctions, very fucking handy. Now, that's what's led a lot of people to feel like that Matilda is likely a glasswalker. I don't believe so. I think her handler is, though. I think Matilda's handler is a glasswalker and has helped her in this capabilities with net spiders. That's what the one spider that comes out on her shoulder and talks, that's her handler, and that's a glasswalker capability. That's the, what's it? It's like the telecommunications spider or something like that. And it literally is, it functions kind of like a radio system. You can also have another one where you tell the spirits that, hey, I need to get in contact with this. I need to get in contact with this person. Then you send out the net spider, and it will actually go through all the information networks, and then it will speak out of any electronic device that is near the person, no matter where they are. If there's an electronic device nearby, it'll suddenly start talking to them. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, shit. Shit. Well, fuck, man. I didn't want to think about it, but now I'm gonna have to. Yep, we're gonna have to do Adventure Quest werewolfing. Yep, yeah, basically. I also like the fact that a lot of Gauru are realizing that no, Glasswalkers didn't fall. But Glasswalkers are considered Weaver tainted. So whereas like the White Howlers, aka the Black Spiral Dancers, are worm tainted, the Glasswalkers are considered Weaver tainted. Same thing with Bone Gnawers. Bone Gnawers are considered Weaver tainted. Stuff like the Gale Stalkers, aka the Wendigo, the Geta Fenris, the Red Talons, the Fienna, those are wild. Those are wild tainted. The Weaver isn't really tolerated. It's hard to explain. A lot of Gauru believe the Weaver is as much of a threat as the Worm is. However, the Weaver is being subtle and slow about it. The Weaver's threads are tightening slowly around the world. Right? Whereas the Worm is wild, chaotic, and thrashing about and causing destruction rapidly. So it's one of those moments of like, the enemy of all is the Worm. Right? The Weaver caused the Worm to go insane. Like, originally the Worm was fine. The dragon was fine. Originally. And then the Weaver went insane, and then attacked the dragon, and then that literally broke the dragon's mind to the point it split itself into 3 main parts and then tons of other parts. So it's more like a Hydra now. And it tried to recreate the balance on its own, but the Worm cannot create anything. Only the Wild can create. Right? The Wild creates chaos, the Weaver brings order to the chaos, and then the Worm destroys the old to allow new things to be created. It's the cycle. The Worm can't create. So even though it tried to bring a new balance and tried to create what's known as the Triadic Worm, it can't create anything. No. The Weaver represents order. You are bringing order to entropy and chaos. And that's why the Weaver went insane, was because the Worm kept destroying things. Those things that the Weaver had gotten nice and in order. So the Weaver went mad and then attacked the Worm and tried to weave the Worm away, which then broke the Worm. And so the dragon split into the Hydra he is now. And shit went fucking sideways. And again, the Worm tried to recreate the original balance of the Triate. He tried. And in his twisted thrashings, he created the Beast of War, the Eater of Souls, and the Defiler Worm. Right? The Beast of War is a reflection of the Wild. But because the Wild can create and the Beast of War cannot create, the way the Beast of War works is it doesn't create chaos through random wild creation and imagination. It creates chaos through violence, destruction, like just random murders and shit like that, right? That's the way the Beast of War creates chaos. So, not through creation, but through destruction. the Eater of Souls is supposed to be the Weaver. It is a recreation of the Weaver. But instead of bringing order to things, making things tidy, instead of fighting entropy, what the Eater of Souls does is it destroys everything else. It consumes everything else, so there's only a single thing left. When there's only one thing left, then everything's in order. Right? So that's the way the Eater of Souls tries to bring order. And then the Defiler Worm is a corruption of what the original worm was, whereas the original worm, my apologies, again, this is getting confusing, but whereas the original worm destroyed the old to bring room for the new, the cycle of nature. Like when a forest burns down and is done to ash, the ash will seep into the soil and nurture it and then bring new life forward. It acts like a fertilizer. Same thing with nursery logs or trees. When a tree dies and falls in the woods, it then leaches its essence into the forest floor below, and new life springs up around it, feeding off of it. They're seed beds for what is to come. That's what the worm originally was. The Defiler Worm, meanwhile, can no longer outright destroy things. Instead, the Defiler Worm seeks to corrupt and rot and kill things from the inside out. And not just the old, no, everything. So yeah, the situation is scuffed. The situation is scuffed. And that's not even getting into like all the other heads, right? Those are the three big heads. That's the triadic worm. Those are the three big heads. But then you have like the head of lust, the head of greed, gluttony, things like that, which represent the sins. But they aren't the main ones. The main ones are the Beast of War, the Devourer of Souls, or the Eater of Souls. Right? Is it Devourer or Eater? It's one of the two. And then the Defiler Worm. And there's a really cool image. Hang on a second. There's a really cool image that shows them all together. It shows all three of them. Werewolf. Apocalypse. Umbra. Is there one that shows... Here we go. These are the umbral planes. Where do you have it? Where do you have it? Where is the image? Alright, here we go. Pull it over. Okay. Pull this down. Here we go. Weaver, Sucker Punch, Worm. You know what? Fuck everything. Alright. So here we have the Umbra. Here is Earth. Here is the Penumbra. Here is like Wolfholm and everything like that. Here is like the Cyber Realm. All kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of things associated with it. And this is how when you ascend up the Umbra, you go into the Dreaming Realms. Up and up and up. So here is here is Shentai of Dynamism. This is the Wild, right? Over at its balance, past the Deep Umbra, we have over here Shentai of Stasis, the Weaver. And then we're going to come down as we go from Earth, from the high planes into the low planes of the Umbra. This is when we get into the Worm. So here is the Beast of War. Here is the Defiler Worm. And then here is the Eater of Souls. The Labyrinth is what came up underneath the White Howler's cairns, and they charged into the Labyrinth and were consumed and became the Black Spiral Dancers. Yeah. I mean, yeah, again, it's a corruption, right? It feeds off of whatever it can to twist you and corrupt you. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, right? Like, that's an easy way to get to a lot of people. That's what it does. That Hydra has milkers. Yeah, I just like the Beast of War one, of course. Just looks really fucking sick. reaching up its hand to Battleground. Erebus this is where you go as a Gauru if you actually want to get cleansed. You will be taken to Erebus and you will be thrown into the Silver River. The river of boiling, roiling silver. And you will stay there until you are cleansed of the defilement that is the worm. Yeah. Wolf home. And of course, here are the ones with Helios and Luna and everything here. Yes, supposedly. How long does it take, right? How long does it take for you to be dunked into the river of boiling silver before you're actually cleansed of the Black Spiral Dance, right? How long do you have to stay in there before you're finally free of it? Has any of the dancers that have broken away and jumped into the river, have any of them actually gotten free yet? Hold on. I'm curious. I am curious. World of Darkness. Have any Black Spiral dancers been redeemed? A Black Spiral dancer has never been redeemed. I'll answer that question rapidly. Well, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, according to Demon the Fallen, God bounced. God looked at all of this and was just like, you know what? I'm out. Peace. Yeah, he was just like, he's like, you know what? This whole situation is mad fucked. I don't even, Gauru, you were Gaia's protectors, and you decided, look, what we're gonna do is we're gonna kill everyone that can actually fix things? Like, what the fuck? What happened? You know, Gaia had to be one of those moments that so Gaia made the Gauru with Luna, right? So Gaia makes the Gauru. Luna then gifts them the auspices and everything. And in exchange, they get the Bane of Silver. And the werewolves are like, yeah, we're warriors for Gaia. And all the other fair are like, yeah, welcome to the team, warriors of Gaia. We're the cleansers of Gaia. We're the keepers of Gaia, you know, and all these things like that. And the werewolves are like, you know what? Those jobs sound really easy. We could do that ourselves. And they start killing all the Pharaoh. It's like, why? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? What the fuck? Now, granted, the Gauru aren't the only ones that pulled this shit. The fucking, what is it, Rokai? The fucking, the were-sharks pull that shit too. Like, you know what? We can just take over the entire ocean. It's like, why? Why do you do this? Why are you like this? It's literally the autistic screaming child in the back, and Gaia turns around and is like, just be normal, please! Oh my god, yes. That unironically, hold on a second. Please tell me somebody just has that clipped. Alright, it's literally this. God looks at the entire situation in the World of Darkness universe, and this is all he has to say. God looks at all the people that are supposed to be the good guys. I say supposed to be, but, you know, they don't live up to that. But God looks to all the good guys, and this is all he says.
Why must you fail me so often?
Oh. Oh my god. Why must you fail me so often? Ribs! Spare ribs! Oh man. Shit, I've got to do that again. It's just too fucking good.
Why must you fail me so often?
Oh. Oh my god. Oh, it's fucking great. It's fucking great. Oh. God noped out and left a monkey paw to answer our prayers on speed dial. Yeah. Like I said, I had an idea for a Werewolf the Apocalypse campaign where an actual incarna of the worm itself actually started walking the earth. Not one of the urges, not an urge or arcana, incarna or nothing. No, no, no. The actual worm itself, like trying to re-put itself back together. It tried to force all of its like disparate parts into one body. So it's stuck in this weird situation where all of the three major heads are trying to fight for control of the body constantly. So it's like constantly battling with itself, which I think would be a really fucking interesting idea for a villain. And its identity shifts depending on which of the three main heads is in control. So like the way it would also take control is in how it actually shifts and functions. When it's the Beast of War, I want it to be more like dinosaur-like the head comes out. It looks like it's a fucking Krynos war form, like one of the fuck. What is the pharaoh breed that's dinosaurs, like reptiles and stuff? That's I want to say the Mokele, I think. I think it's Oh, you're right. You're right. I spelled it wrong. Yeah, the Mokele. So it looks like a war form like that. When it's the Beast of War in control, when it's the Eater of Souls. I'm still going to work on the Eater of Souls. But so when it's the Beast of War, it looks like a war form Mokele. When it's the Eater of Souls, I kind of wanted it to be like a like kind of more spider-like, like give it extra eyes and things like that. And when it's the actual Defiler worm, I want it to look like a dragon head and everything, but it's like torn apart and beaten and bruised and everything. Like maybe it's like it has weeping sores that are bleeding constantly and everything. And it's the most intelligent of the three heads. Like the other two just have their basic like functions, right? They're just like, hey, we do this, right? Like the Beast of War is just there to kill, not stop. It's just in pure fucking frenzy mode. The Eater of Souls is there to try and maintain order, like so it's neurotic, right? It's not maintaining an order and any actual semblance of balance. It's just like everything, I'll destroy all the furniture in this room and remove it. Now everything's gone. Now it's orderly. It has those sort of neuroses. It's stuck in that pattern of trying to reduce everything down to be as simple as possible, either through destroying it or killing it or whatever, so that everything's more tidy, in air quotes. Meanwhile, the Defiler worm actually is the one that tries to manipulate and scheme and talk and everything, but it's this like horrible abomination. Like it looks awful to look at, right? But I also want it to be the way that it changes is I want to give a sign to the players when it's changing, right? When his eyes will start shifting and it'll be like the various symbols of each of the worms. So I'll show the symbols. Hold on. Triadic worm symbols. Spelled symbols wrong. you spelled symbols wrong. Shut up. Why'd you put the E there? Okay, so here we go. So what I want is to give the players like an indicator of what it was. I kind of wanted to set up like a roulette system, right? So the players will see in the eyeballs, the pupils will start changing, and they'll shift into what the current dominant form will be first, right? So the current dominant form's symbol will come first, and then it'll start rolling through the other three symbols. They're three altogether. But it'll start rolling through the other symbols, like as if it's a fucking slot machine, as the other personalities try to assert control. Yeah. And when it does transform, again, this is going to be kind of spoilery, but when the transformation happens between them, it's not just going to be suddenly like, you know, oh, they just change immediately, right? It's going to be violent and horrible. So it's going to be like... And for anyone that has actually read it and everything like that, you know, sorry for the minor spoilers. But this is essentially what it's going to be. The head is basically going to split apart. The chest will open up like a mouth. And this is what will happen. I won't say what this is from. If you know what it's from, you know what it's from. I won't want to spoil anything. But basically, like, the chest will rip open, like the rib cage opening like teeth. Think of it like Gaping Dragon, right? And then the heads, like, the dominant head works its way up and out and snaps through and just kind of, like, slides into the position that it's supposed to be in. Because the same thing that happens to this character. And again, I'm not saying what it's from. I'm not saying what this is from, right? But this character has this thing happen to them. Where when the dominant personality shifts and changes, the head, like, splits open and lets the actual dominant personality come out. Yeah, exactly. Which is, again, to go with it. Like I said, when it's the Defiler worm, which is the actual, like, the Defiler worm is the corrupted version of the worm itself. So when it's the Defiler worm that's out, like I said, they're going to look like a dragon, but it's going to be like scales torn off, like weeping sores, dripping blood and everything constantly. It looks horrific. Like it's got bruising everywhere. You know, some of its teeth are chipped and shattered and everything. Like, you can actually see bits of them hanging and stuff. Like, it looks horrible, but it's the smartest of the three personalities. It actually maintains a level of intelligence. That way it can manipulate and corrupt, right? So that's what I want it to be. I want it to be this, like, horrible thing. Can I give a shot to guess? I mean, you can guess, sure. King Ghidorah, but body horror, kind of. Sure. What's your guess, Andre? What's your guess? Chainsaw Man. You are incorrect. You are incorrect. It's not Chainsaw Man. I'll tell you the image I liked the most. Hold on. There's an image I actually liked the most of that. It was the hospital bed. When the doctor was recording him on the hospital bed. And the image recording caught that really fucked up image, and he was just like, what the shit? I don't know if anybody has it, though. I originally had a screenshot of it. Wait a minute. I originally had a screenshot of it. Hold on. We're going to my Discord, baby. Hold on. From me. In anime. Okay. Should be a image. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah. All right, jump to this one. Thank you. Pop it open. I remember I went and I scrubbed out a lot of the stuff from it as well. Here we go. Hey, Mishma. There you go. When it was recording the thing in the hospital bed. And he was just like, what the fuck? When he watched it happen. He's just like, what the fuck is that? Ah, yes. Yeah, it's the same kind of principle I want to have for the actual Incarna worm that's walking that walks the earth in my Werewolf the Apocalypse campaign. So it becomes like depending on the dominant personality. No, that's not Junji Ito. That is not Junji Ito. I can confirm that. But yeah, depending on what the dominant personality is, it will dictate how they actually have to fight it, right? Because if they get lucky and it's the Beast of War, it's just a straight up fucking brawl. If they get unlucky and it's one of the other two, well, good luck. Or like if it's the Defiler worm can pull open the Umbra and pull out dancers, whereas the Beast of War and the Eater of Souls cannot. But if it's the Defiler worm, he's pulling out fucking backup, and then it's gonna be a real fucking interesting fight. Work based off of it? No, it's its own style. This is a particular reveal in the story, though, which is also why I was like, I don't want to talk too much about it. I made sure I purposely like blotted out the text bubble and everything. So yeah. Oh my god! Somebody got a tattoo of the head, though. Hold on. Jesus Christ. I am a fan of the series, but that's some fucking dedication. Holy shit. Hold on. That's some fucking dedication. Damn. Damn, that's some dedication. Okay. No, I could see it. I am not that big of a fan. I really, really like the series and writing, but holy fuck, that is a different level for me. That is a different level. Holy shit. Oh. Why is that so fucking funny to me? Just him saying the word dick. It's just fucking funny. I know it. You know what? You saw a scene on YouTube, yeah. My generation was full on Cobra and City Hunter. I feel compelled to find out where that's from. I can give you another hint. It's a song I loved to use on stream back when I did Warhammer Online. I would use the song a lot whenever we got to the Chaos Waste. Because the Chaos Waste was such a barren and empty zone, and you were just running along it. You were just running along it, like, hoping for fights, and it was usually never fights that you could actually fight. They were usually massive, just hordes of people, and just like, ugh. Hold on a second. Let's see if anybody can get it based off of this, because sometimes music is the thing that'll trigger that memory. Scent and music are two of the biggest memory triggers in people. So here you go. This is the song for one of the antagonists, by the way. Not villains, by the way. Antagonists. Also, Andre got it. You are now correct, Andre. It is Dory Dora. Look how fucked that song is, by the way. It's so perfectly fitting. It's so perfectly fitting for Shin. It is so fucked. It is wild. And the song is named El Corazon, so the heart. Like, oh man. What a great fucking song for that. And I would always use it in the Chaos Waste because it was mind-numbingly tedious running across the zone, because it's a huge zone that has nothing in it. And it's just like, it's like, oh no, we're in the Chaos Waste. No, all the fighting's in the Chaos Waste today. No. Yeah, so a brief recap. Just to get back on track, God looks at the entire World of Darkness universe and pieces out. He just says this on his way out.
Why must you fail me so often?
Oh, I need to find more excuses to use that little clip. I would have thought it's the fuck this shit, I'm out. No, he's just... It's just one of those moments of just like... You have all this stuff set up, right? All this stuff that could absolutely, like, help and solve the problem. And then there'll be some group in World of Darkness is like, yeah, that's important, but we could do it better. And then they fuck it all up. That's essentially what the War of Rage turned into. That's what essentially the War of Rage was. It was the Gauru like, you know what? We're Gaia's chosen warriors. I think we can do a better job at cleaning up this stuff than you can. Die. And the other Pharaoh like, what? Excuse me, what? Oh. Poor Mother Gaia had to look at God leaving and just be like, wow, you suck. Like, I can't leave. I literally have the infection on me. Help! 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 Get back here, you son of a bitch! Help! Is this to get out of paying child support? Help! No, the wild is pure chaos and imagination incarnate, right? The wild literally had that moment from Emesis Blue where where the wild is looking between the worm and the weaver, and it's just like, I'm the only sane one here. Which is not good when the thing that is all about pure chaos and imagination is the one that's like, I'm the only sane one. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? This isn't how it's supposed to go. I'm supposed to be the crazy, unpredictable, like, nonsense one. What? Oh. Yes and no. Because at least Chaos Gods, even though they often don't, they still have that glimmer of the good side, because Chaos Gods represent all aspects of humanity, right? So, like, even though Slanesh is the excess of emotion, if you didn't have Slanesh, you wouldn't have emotion, period. You wouldn't have, like, love, joy, compassion. You wouldn't have those things. Right? It's the same thing with, like, Tzeentch. He is the schemer manipulator, but he's the changer of ways. He's someone that says that you can change your lot in life. You don't have to accept your fate. You can pave your own path and prove you are strong yourself. Like, it's the same thing with Korn. He's about murder and bloodshed, but he's all about honor as well. He doesn't want to be sneaky, don't, like, slit their throats in their fucking bed. No, it's a one-on-one, you and me, we're beating each other to death right here, right now. So he won't stab you in the back. He won't try to manipulate you. But the problem is that it gets into the whole thing of, like, well, then why do they focus so much on the bad things? Like, well, that gets into an argument, is humanity more evil than it is good? And, like, are there just more bad people in the universe, and that's what's influencing it, so on and so forth, right? Yeah, he won't stab you in the back. He'll just stab you in the face repeatedly until it stops being a face. No, they are an actual, like, force because of the way the Realm of Souls got fucked, right? That's what the warp is. The warp is the Realm of Souls. Are the Chaos Gods from 40k conceptually lower than the Tri-8 in World of Darkness? That's a tough question. Because that also gets into the question as well, Deus Volt, of which came first? Did the Tri-8 or Gaia come first? Because there are source books that say Gaia came first and created the Tri-8, and there are other source books that say the Tri-8 came first, And then through their balance, they created Gaia. So, we're into all kinds of like weird, funky stuff when you get into beings that are that powerful, right? Like, who came first? And how? Oh God, I just read something on the Mokale. That's horrible. So Mokale cannot have Metis. The Metis children always die. They literally cannot survive, and they become angry spirits known as innocents, which haunt their parents and mourn their lost chance at life. Fuck, man. Fuck. That's brutal. Oh. That's fucking brutal. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, no. It's more like no. Here's more the way to think about it, Duncan. Right? Um. Again, it's more that they are the manifestation of those ideals now. The ideals were always there in the realm of souls, right? The realm of souls existed long before humanity did. So the realm of souls was always there. It always had these ideals in it. Once the war in heaven happened and fucked the realm of souls, though, it changed those ideas from being like, what is it? The way it's the way it's. Oh, God. What's the way it's called? It's a specific thing. It's concepts, right? Those concepts existed in the realm of souls. When the war in heaven happened, the concepts became physical manifestations instead of just being concepts anymore. That's how they birthed the chaos gods into existence. The first three. And then the Eldar really, really fucked up and made a fourth one. Because, whoops! Because they're all kind of dumb. Yeah, it's like in Terry Pratchett's Discworld, right? Where death always existed as a conceptual level, but in Terry Pratchett's Discworld, death is also an anthropomorphized personification of itself, too. So you have death, Mort, as he's also called. For, yes, literally Mortis. Mortis. And they really did fuck up. Mm-hmm. Quite literally, in fact. Quite literally. No, again, because Slanesh happened before humanity, right? So. Death and Terry Pratchett being a concept is actually debunked. He literally meets a higher form of death, the death of the universe. No. He was always a concept, though. That was the point of his thing. Remember, when death stopped doing the duty, it shattered into multiple deaths now did the duty. Once death came back, he decided to keep some of them around, like the death of rats or rodents. He kept that death around. You see them in Hogfather. I can't remember I can't remember if Death of Universe was before the duty shattered or not. Because you always need the concept of death. And Death himself stopped doing it, so he became Mort. And that's when the physical makeup of the universe created all these other deaths, which is also why his granddaughter got involved, because she hated the new Death because he was cold and he didn't care or anything. He didn't talk to anybody. It was just duty. It was just the actual concept of death. He just comes impersonally, gone. Who fucking cares? Whereas Death himself actually talks to them and begins to like them, especially because of humanity's inclination towards creating concepts in and of themselves. Like, humanity he's like, in a universe of wonders. Now, did you know, in a universe of infinite wonders, humanity actually created the concept of boredom? Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Yeah, fair enough. I can agree with that, Duncan. I can agree that it's more like we feed into the concept instead. I can agree with that. If life ceases, then corn ceases. I agree. Oh, my goodness sakes. I agree. I agree with you, sir. I agree. Again, there's so much wild shit that happens in 40K though. Holy God. Holy Mother of God. I just realized that's a really tiny lupus and a really tiny hispo. I just saw this image of that. Yeah, so to catch everyone else up who is behind, we were originally talking about how the Van Helsing werewolf clearly awakened things in many people. And that all started because of battle dogs. Guilty. So it did for Crazy Valentine. Crazy Valentine has admitted his guilt. So have you always been this into World of Darkness? I only ask because it seems only recently you started talking about it, let alone in this much detail. It's one of those things where it doesn't really come up, right? But now, because more people are getting into Hunter the Parenting and everything, it's like back when I was big into 40K, but there wasn't many people talking about it, right? Because 40K was a nerd hobby. So it doesn't really get out there in mainstream things. Then we got stuff like Dawn of War. Then we got Text-to-Speech Emperor and everything. And it became more mainstream. So it was more like, yeah, no, there are people that are interested in this. Let's talk about it. Right? And now we've got Hunter the Parenting that is doing the same thing for World of Darkness. More so than Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines did and everything. And now it's like, yes, let's talk about this. Let's discuss it. Right? Yeah, it also depends on, whatchamacallit. A good World of Darkness series and a bad World of Darkness game came out around the same time. Fucking true. True. But we talked about it. It's like one of those things where when somebody else talks about it and it's interesting, then, we can go into it. We can dive into it, right? Like, I'm definitely not going to claim I just looked out of the corner of my eye and saw what my model did. What the fuck was that? I'm not going to claim, I was into it from the beginning. I wasn't. I didn't know much about World of Darkness in the beginning. right? It was one of those things like, oh, that's cool, right? You know, it's like, oh, that's interesting. And then I started looking into it more. And looking into it more. And then that's what it was started, like, snowballing it, right? And now, I always had that interest, but, like, good luck finding people. Good luck finding people, like, before all of this, before now. Now we can live stream and I can meet out and reach tons of people. We can talk with people on Discords and everything now. So those things just never happened. But then, even with Discord and stuff, we didn't really have, like, a really good World of Darkness thing to, like, bring people in, bring newer people in. And now we're starting to get that. And we're starting to get people actually watching, like, Hunter the Parenting and getting interested and invested in World of Darkness and talking about it. Wow. Fucking rude. Rude. You and Hunter the Parenting got me into it very recently. No regrets. Well, there you go. There you go. And there's all kinds of stuff. Chat, I need you to understand. Hang on. I need you to understand how big World of Darkness actually is. Because you got to understand. I don't think there's anybody on the planet that can recite everything from World of Darkness off their head. Oh, hell. No, not like PC games. Yeah, there we go. I want the books. Show all of the books. Not Chronicles of Darkness, though. No. No. Get that out of here. Blech. Blech. Hang on. Is this one kind of give you an idea of it? Hold on. This might give you a better idea. Yeah. Here we go. I need you to understand something, chat. If you actually want to play World of Darkness, like, depending on which version you want to play, this is what you're looking at. Okay? I need you to understand something. If you want all of World of Darkness, this is what I mean. This is why it's one of those, like, I don't think there's anybody that can name all the stuff off the top of their head. I'd be impressed if somebody is. Like, yeah, no. This is what I'm talking about, though. There's more than this. But this is what you're looking at, right? You need to understand something here. you need to understand something. It's it's a bit wild. Maybe there's somebody who can, because again, you need somebody that has that level of memory. That also, so you've got a niche, right? You need somebody that has that level of memory and memory capability and recall, and then to have them be specifically into World of Darkness. And all of them. Not just bits and pieces of it. Not just, I like Hunter the Reckoning, or I like Mummy the Return, or I like Demon the Fallen, or I like, they need to like all of it. They need to like all of it. Every hobby has a kitten. I don't know if that's true. Because, again, I would say if all of it was condensed into one thing and it was just World of Darkness, and so you had to get all of it together, but World of Darkness isn't done like that, right? World of Darkness is Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Mage the Ascension, Mummy the Return, Hunter the Reckoning. Like, it's separated out into all these other systems. So that's what I mean. I don't know if it would have a kitten in it, right? Yeah, but again, that's a much larger niche. Like Star Wars-tism is a much larger niche. And Star Wars is all combined under one thing, Star Wars. World of Darkness isn't combined under one thing, right? Like, you don't just have the World of Darkness book. You have the Mage the Ascension book, the Vampire the Masquerade book, or Vampire the Dark Ages, or Werewolf the West, Werewolf the Apocalypse. You have all of these like things that they're all fragmented outwards. I don't know if I'm explaining it well. I don't think I'm explaining it well. I don't think I'm explaining it well. It's It's like the Horus Heresy book problem. Oh my god, have you ever seen that clip? Woo boy. Yeah, I'm not a fan of V5 World of Darkness. There are cool concepts though. It's not World of Darkness V5 isn't a total loss. There are actually cool concepts in it. Like I actually genuinely like blood generational based abilities. So like if you're an elder vampire, you actually get a different ability than normal vampires do. If you're a Methuselah vampire, you get different abilities than normal vampires do. If you're a antediluvian, you get different abilities. I like that. I really do. I think that's a neat touch. Wait a minute. There was a World of Darkness Humble Bundle. When was this? When was this? Oh no. Oh no. This was a while ago. Fuck. This was 2019. No, I could have gotten. I could have gotten it. I could have gotten it. I could have gotten it. I'm so sad. I'm so sad now. Oh. And what was the price on that? Hang on, let me read the price on that. If you paid $15 or more, you got $248 worth of RPG books for $15. Oh. Tragedy. Absolute tragedy. Ah, yes, the scariest creature of the night, the mob. Right, so somebody made mention that there was an actual good werewolf game. It was a fan-created game that came out recently. Also, apparently there was a new werewolf movie that came out in 2025 already. Oh, it's called Wolfman. Hour and 43 minutes, eh? Wait, is this just a redo of one? I feel like Wolfman already came out before. Am I crazy? I feel like a movie called Wolfman literally came out before. Also, there's 3 good minutes of werewolf fighting in Saber Wolf versus John Talbot. Ooh. Sounds like wolf on wolf violence. Oh, that's the OST. Okay.
We're
gonna jump to the actual fight. Again, I've never heard good things about Death Battle, but yeah. Because I've always heard their research is the most scuffed nonsense you will ever find. So we'll just do the fight itself. Yeah, just skip the research and enjoy the violence. Only way to watch Death Battle. Again, that's all I've ever heard about Death Battle as well. Just skip the research. It's bad. It's bad. Good fights, bad research. Okay. Hell, here we go. Let's see. Let me turn down the volume a little bit. I saw it almost, yeah, I got a little too spicy.
Forgive me. I
What was that howl? What was that howl? What was that little howl?
forgive me.
Fuck. Oh my fuck. Holy shit. That was a weird howl.
I have no forgiveness left, monster.
I don't know why they couldn't just get a stock wolf howl. That was really rough. I was gonna say, John Talvin's getting his ass kicked. Holy shit. Alright, that's kind of, you know what? It's cheesy, but, you know, that's kind of funny, right? Using the claws on their feet to hold on to the wall. Okay, yeah, fine. That's pretty interesting.
See you taste enticing.
Holy shit, Saberwolf is much more like a fucking Gauru. What the shit? Summoning gifts now.
Taste the fury of the beast! No, not now.
Damn.
No, not like him.
Ah! Owie.
Not like this. I'm no monster, but tonight I'll make an exception.
Oh, that was cheesy. Those little howls, though. Those little howls.
KO!
Okay. Yep. Nope. We don't need your battle analysis. Cheese. I don't know. I feel like... I guess I need to know how. It feels more like it should have been a draw, honestly, between the two of them. Like, has that ever happened? Has that ever happened? Has there ever been an actual draw on that? It's supposed to be a wolf howl in martial arts. CL. That's a furry woo right there. It really fucking is. Turn getting choked out with his own intestines into a W. Oh, there has actually been draws. This house sounded adorable. Interesting. I'm curious, I guess. I don't really want to look at their research, though. You know what I mean? I don't want to look at their research. I'm curious. But at the same time, I'm just like... I have no forgiveness left in me. Oh my goodness. Kratos' win against Zero was bullshit. It sounds like it'll happen. Decently fun werewolf on werewolf violence. Yeah, I agree. They treated themselves like, you know, they didn't stop every blow. They had like a, no, I'll hit you back. No, I'll hit you back. You know, sort of thing. Which is kind of how a lot of Gauru fight as well. They're like, I don't give a fuck. Oh. Okay. Right. Hang on. Hang on, I know they're... Damn it. I was trying to get to the part. Nope. Can't find it. Trying to get to the part you were talking about where the 10th Doctor's like, aren't you beautiful? Yeah, of course you could tell it's Doctor Who from the sounds. There's some sounds that are infamous. Again, it looks fucking fantastic for a Doctor Who one. So you were right, by the way, about that being the Doctor Who one. But yeah, look at that. Looks fucking fantastic. For a Doctor Who one? Oh my god. But yeah, Kelbeck, we were also talking about earlier, not just battle dogs, but Kelbeck, do you remember Adventure Time? Or, sorry, not Adventure Time, Adventure Quest. I keep on saying Adventure Time. But do you remember Adventure Quest? Oh, excuse me. See, the wolf face is still active. Yeah, well. Again, I have reasons to actually talk about it now. Yeah, if you remember at all, Calbeck, if you remember the Adventure Quest series at all, like, apparently they went through a rework of their werewolf. The wolf face is always active. I mean, that's fucking true. And they went through a redo. So this is the original, what they looked like, and this is what they made them now. Fucking so much better. Holy shit, that's good. Holy shit, that is such a better improvement. Again, the originals. This is classic Flash game jank, right? Classic Flash games. Yep. This is the way the dragons looked as well in old Adventure Quest. When you would fight the dragons and everything, this is the way they would look as well. It's just imagine this but replaced with a scaly tail and everything like that. Like this is what they look like. So are you saying, let's see, second row, first image. So this is the normal, right? Again, already huge improvement. And then this is a skill you pick up. Nice. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. The little fucking this thing right here. All the time. All the time. Absolutely all the time. That's right. Such is going to have to do a Gauru tier list. I could do a werewolf tier list. We'd also do a dragon tier list. That'd be fun. Maybe I should do that. Maybe we should put together, like, one of these streams, just a hangout stream. We do just a werewolf tier list. And then, we'll have, like, a dragon one. I don't know, it would be another good, funny one. As a protagonist of Altered Beast, I mean, if it's a werewolf, you could do it, right? If it's a werewolf, you could do it. Hear me out, cake? I don't know what that is. You'll have to enlighten me, Deus Vault. I don't know what that is. I do not know what that is. No, I know that. Yeah, I know Crazy Valentine. Like I said, sure. If it's, again, you can have the werewolf form from Altered Beast there. That'd be fine. That'd be totally fine. Same thing for when we do the dragon list. You could have the dragon form from Altered Beast there, too. I guess that'll be something we can put together. What would be a good day to do that? I want to have an S tier as well. But yeah, we can have alpha, beta, alpha status, beta status. What would be C and D? Because I don't want to do Charlie Delta. That would be silly. But you know, you have your alpha males, your beta males. And by the way, the beta for the for wolf packs is different than what that sounds like. They are part of the leadership circle. No, 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 no. I don't want to get into silly stuff like that. We'll just keep it as S, A. I do like F. We'll change F to Fleabag. Right? Just really terrible ones. So F will be the Fleabags. So I'd say depending on what we find. I'd say this would be kind of like middle A, right? And then this would be... Yeah, I'd have to see. I'd have to see. This is definitely getting S, though. That's right. Such will limit his werewolf to your list of SA. Oh, God. The Skyrim one is going to be rough because it just doesn't look great. It's just kind of meh. It's kind of like when we were looking at these ones, right? Hold on. Like, look at a bunch of these. Like, again, the Doctor Who one, that's pretty fucking good, especially for Doctor Who. That's really fucking good. So he'd probably be A tier. Right. This one would probably be... I don't know. I'll have to think on this one. It's not an S. This one would be in Fleabag. I mean, it'd just be kind of like that. These ones would be probably in C. They're kind of... It's just kind of... Probably. This one would be F. That's a Fleabag for sure. Again, there's a better version of the Underworld werewolf, so I guess we'll have to like also break it down like which ones or which, you know? Yeah. Fleabag. Probably D. Yeah, not really a Fleabag. D. This one's definitely a Fleabag. These ones, I hate the more humanoid ones as well. Those are Fleabags. All of them. Yeah, stuff like that. We could just basically do that. Do a smash or pass on a bunch of dragons. Never mind. You'll hit smash for at least 90% of them, even for the gaping dragon. Incorrect. Thank you very much. Rude. Yeah, wasn't the original one? I think we have the original one in the listings here. We do not. I swore we did. It depends. Fire does aggravated damage. Chemicals, I'm not sure. But fire absolutely would. Magic works against them. Oh, what non-magic stuff? Okay, so silver. They have the Bane of Silver for a reason. Fire works against them for it. No, there's no E. We don't need... no E. Get rid of the E. If it's not in Deeply Cursed, it's going into Fleabags, right? There's going to be no E ranking. It's just going to go straight to F after that. It's gonna be S, A, B, C, D, and then Fleabags. No Evercursed. Yeah, most of them have. Again, it's wild. This one I'm torn on because it's a bit better, even though it's like, you know, stuff like that. But again, I kind of want to do the Ginger Snaps one, do the one we just watched, Bad Moon Werewolf and everything. I think the Bad Moon Werewolf looked pretty fucking good, honestly. Hang on, let's show the Bad Moon Werewolf. Yeah, I think the Bad Moon one looked pretty fucking good. That's a great picture of it. Destroy the child. Oh. Yeah, look at this. That's not bad. For as low budget as the movie was, that's pretty fucking good. High B tier, maybe low A, right? That's pretty fucking good. It was wild how much of that movie came down to the dog was being a dick. Like, the literal supernatural monster, the werewolf, was trying to keep everyone safe, and the dog was being a dick. But I like that too. I like that the dog was both the antagonist and, in the end, the protagonist. Right? I actually liked it. Yeah, again, the Bad Moon Werewolf looked real good. Hang on, let's show Dog Soldiers. So this is basically what I would do. I would go through, like, the various media and everything and do that. Dog Soldiers Werewolf, it's pretty okay, but it's very much like, you know, skin suit thing. The Special Forces dude, actually, here's the Special Forces dude one. His looks a lot better than most of the other ones. You see what I mean? It's very much like a skin suit, and then they have the wolf head, right? So, not bad. But I'd say this is probably B tier. What if it was a pit bull? What if Thor was a pit bull? Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I liked Bad Moon. It was pretty good. I like that they also addressed, like, well, he would only be a threat on the full moons then, right? He's like, no, you don't need the full moon to be a threat in Bad Moon. It's really good. What if Super Horse, which was the thing? Then you have, like, probably a B. Like I said, I think Bad Moon has one of the best practical effects werewolves out there, right? I actually think has the best practical. Oh, we had the one. Hang on, wait. The one that looked really good, and then you saw the rest of the stuff from the same franchise, and you're just like, ugh. Where was it? No. It was this. It's like, that one looks good. And then you see some of the other stuff from the same thing. That's fucking rough. That's rough, buddy. That is super rough. But then like this. Again, this looks really good. Genuinely, this looks really fucking good. How are these the same? I know, right? It's from a show called Wolfpack, right? And then this is probably like when they're changing and everything. But oh god, do not do that. Again, Hunter the Parenting had the actual werewolf transformation. It was so fucking good. Don't do this. I see, again, that just looks great. This would probably be an S tier, honestly. Like maybe a low S. And then we get to battle dogs, and these look like fucking rats. These are some fucking low D or maybe top of F flea bags. These look real rough. Oh, these look real rough. Oh yeah, you missed it. As well, Calbeck. We were talking about the worst tank ever created, which is the Valiant. It was so bad the test drivers were even refused to continue. Like, no, we're done. We're done. We're fucking done. Van Helsing Werewolf. This is obviously getting an S tier. The Valiant. It was a tank that they only managed to produce 2 prototypes. It was a British tank. Yes. It was so... Calbeck, it was so bad that when it would shift from 5th gear to 1st gear, it would throw the stick shift so violently that it actually would break people's wrists. And the pedals for the driver, if you tried to use your toes, you had to use the heel to keep it safe. If you tried to use your toes, they would slip off of the pedals and then get wedged between the pedals, and you'd need to have your foot removed to get it out. It's just like, oh God. Because again, the left doesn't have empathy or like rationality. They have causes. That's it. That's how they can flip on a switch so easily. York versus Ferdinand. The York misses every shot and the Ferdinand blows up anyway. Yes. I love the York, though. I love the fact that it went from targeting the outhouse, switching it to thermal, and it targeted all the senators and everything instead. That's fucking great. Yeah, the Valiant was literally so bad that it is used for new tank designers on what not to do. Oh yeah, if you guys have never seen the skink tank, hold on, I'll do the skink tank. Please, I don't have safe search on, please. Look at this. Look at this thing. Look at this abomination. It's This is from War Thunder, but this is legitimately what it looks like. So there you go, see? Just to prove. Yeah. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Hold on. Look at this thing. Skink tank. Yeah, exactly. The Valentine is literally used as don't go full retard, the blueprint. Oh. Right. Can you roast the tank design for Brawl from Transformers live action? Mm-hmm. We have Sherman at home. Well, I mean, it was an anti-aircraft Sherman. Like, they were like, let's keep our anti-aircraft vehicles with our tanks, but let's make them an actual tank chassis so they're more protected. So that's what the skink was. It was using the quad mount system, so it's like, okay, sure. I understand the logic. I understand. Yeah, you said tank design for Brawl from Transformers. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? And you put it on tank porn? Please I know Reddit is a cesspit of nothing, but what the fuck? Looks like AI generated slop. It really does. It really, really does. Like, you're trying to make, like, Mom, can we have the Bane Blade? We have Bane Blade at home. The Bane Blade at home. Hang on, no. Look at this. At least this looks like an actual fucking tank. The Bane Blade. What a fantastic vehicle. They're all about the rule of cool and nothing else. Yep, that's not tank porn. That's tank puke. The Bane Blade. That is. Yes, exactly. This is tank porn. This is what happens when you mix a World War I and World War II tank design aesthetic together. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. This is what happens when you don't know why things are designed the way they're designed. All right? This is what happens when you don't know things about tank design. Oh, that's another common thing that people do with tanks that they fuck up all the time because they don't understand why things are done the way they are. Hold on. Oh, fuck. No, incorrect. Incorrect. Delete that. Open new. Thank you. Much better. All right. So this is the thing that people do all the time when it comes to designing tanks when they don't know like why you design the way you do. It's like, oh, there we go. That's what we want. This is going to be kind of rough, but, you know, we're just putting in for an example. Okay. Novice tank designers, this is basically what they do all the time. Oh, fuck. I just realized. No. Savage. So what I want, I just want to copy this. That's it. Not the background itself. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Okay. Well, fine. We'll play your game. We'll play your game, you rogue. There. Right? And it's always this. It's always this, like, at the end. Okay? They're always like, isn't this so cool? Isn't this so cool? Right? And then you have your tank chassis up here. This is what they always do. All the time. Now, does anyone want to guess why this is a bad track design? I have not. No, it's not that. Because you could say this is the drive wheel, right? This could 100% be a drive wheel. Okay? You can have the reverse back here. No. Again, that's not a problem. That's actually a good thing. Why is this a bad tank design? There's an actual logical reason why this is a bad tank design. and why you don't ever see tanks with this layout. This is the front. So hang on, I'll put a little thing here. So, like gun barrel this way. All right. It's not tension. Calbeck probably knows immediately what a problem with this is. But there's a reason why you don't do this. Why you don't have tank designs this way. It is terrain related, yes. Abysmal's getting closer. It is terrain related. That doesn't have to be why it flips or anything. So, what you have is when you have a vehicle like this, right? We have a vehicle like this that only has this much here. Your only climbing capability, I'm gonna change the color of this too. Your climbing capability is this. Right here, where this red bar is. That's your climbing capability. If anything is higher than this point, you cannot climb it. At all. You will slam into it and done. So if there is a berm or anything that reaches up even this high, your tank cannot climb it. Yep. Because this part of the track right here, between these 2 points, this part of the track is the only part of the track that is actually grabbing and gripping to try to pull. That is why, now if we say that we reverse the tank, I'm going to show you what happens instead. If we reverse the tank, this is what's all that's gripping. Okay? And keep in mind, your tank vehicle, your chassis will be down like here. Okay? So your chassis behind all these wheels, oh, hang on. We can do whoop, background. So behind all these wheels is where your chassis actually sits. Right? This is where your actual, like, in the vehicle, where everything is. This is how little you can climb with this wheel. This is how much you can climb because the entirety of this track length is also acting as a grip to get over things. You actually have more climb capability than where your hull is when you have a track. That's what makes the track so fucking good. That's why you use tracks. Early tank designs had those huge-ass forward track assemblies. Oh, yeah. That's why shit like the Tsar tank exists. If you've never seen the Tsar tank, give me a second. I'm going to show you the fucking Tsar tank. Well, again, I've had this conversation before about this. But let's go to the Tsar tank. Because they realize this concept early. So this is an actual fucking vehicle. This is so they can actually get over any obstacle in the way. The fucking Ferris wheel of doom, yes. But you don't need that. You don't need that on your tanks. Right? This is basically too simplified of a thing. This is the quick and easy solution. Tracks are the more difficult solution because of manufacturing costs and everything like that. This is the quick and easy solution. But as you see, it causes other problems. But then, look here at the Sherman. Right? The Sherman has its track up. So, normally, if you were down on the ground, you would only have this much that would actually affect climbing, right? You know, let's pull this open so it's easier to see, right? So, normally, if we have the road wheels, like most people design their tanks, you would only have this much clearance before you wouldn't be able to get over anything. Because you have the track, you have this much clearance. Because the track is actually gripping in above it, right? So you actually have more clearance than you have with the fucking chassis. You could come up to a thing that hits right here on your chassis, and the Sherman would be able to grip it and climb. What about the Bob Simple tank? Okay, for anyone that hasn't seen the Bob Simple tank, we'll show the Bob Simple tank. Welcome to the Bob Simple tank. Yeah. This was indeed a World War II tank design from New Zealand. But I will be entirely fair to Bob Simple, okay? I will be entirely fair, okay? Bob Simple was operating under the concept of, if you don't have a tank, it sucks. If we have a tank and the tank sucks, at least we still have a fucking tank. Okay? Like, ooh. You know, I understand. I get where he's coming from. Right? It's better to have these than nothing at all. It's better to field these in defense of your country than having literally nothing. Now, we'll do the Odessa tank. Yeah, look at that. There you go. The Odessa tank. The Bob Simple tank version for the Ruskies. And his royalty. Yeah, there you go. Bob Simple is geographically flexible MG emplacements. Exactly. Yeah, and then sometimes that's all you need, right? That's all you need. It's better to have them than not have them, right? His options were, well, we can try and stop Japanese tanks and infantry advances with just our infantry, or we can field these tanks, which aren't great, I will fully grant that, but we can make them quickly, and there are at least some protection so we can fight their infantry better. What do you know, pick your poison. I don't see anyone else coming out with any better ideas. Actual quote from Bob Simple. Yep. Yeah, I agree. And I agree with him entirely. I agree. Like I said, in context of all the rest of World War II, the Bob Simple tank is stupid. But when you actually give the proper context of New Zealand didn't have fucking tanks, and it needed to defend itself because Japan was eyeballing it like, well, it looks like free real estate. Oh. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Japan was like infamous for not having anti-armor, which is wild. Wait. Oh my god. Hold on a second. No, that's an actual thing. I just realized. Chat, I just realized something. Those are werepires. So if you're a Gauru abomination, you're a vampire werewolf. Ah! Oh, wait, actually, that reminds me of something. Hold on a second. I need to check another thing. What does the ESO werewolf look like? honestly, for an MMO, that's not bad. For what I was expecting, given that, you know, Skyrim werewolves, right? ESO's werewolf is pretty fucking good. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That is not bad. Also, you can actually choose to start as a werewolf or a vampire in ESO. It's a thing you have to pay for. But if you want to, you can pay for it and actually start that way. Which, I kind of want to play ESO again. I'm not going to lie. I liked ESO a lot. I have a bunch of level 50 characters. And, yeah, they're all Argonians. I might actually do that and then get the werewolfism. Get lycanthropy. Get lycanthropy, baby. Try with a private server? I mean, maybe. I mean, I think the normal servers are just fine, personally. Oh yeah, that's true. You can also just save up in-game story credits, because you can actually earn the credits and then pay for it that way, if you want. It was really nice. No, I know they have the Worgen in WoW, but I am not a fan of the way the Worgen look. Hold on. See, I'm just not a big fan of how they look. They look so much better in their artworks and everything, right? For obvious reasons. Their actual character models are rough. Their actual character models are not great. And again, they look fantastic in art for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, no, you can get... So what I'm saying is you can start with it, right? Grynus, you can start with lycanthropy in ESO. But you can also get lycanthropy from NPCs as well. There are NPCs in-game that can bite you and give you lycanthropy if you so choose to get it. Or you can have other players that have it already also bite you and then give it to you. So, you know. Fun. Fun. Yeah, theoretically it's possible. Theoretically. I don't know how many people have actually gotten the werewolves to bite them properly in ESO. Let me see what the werewolf abilities are. I hope that's just a thing. Ability 1. Awoo. No, ability 1 is werewolf transformation. Transform into a beast, fearing nearby enemies for 3 seconds. So, you know, baby's first delirium. While transform, your max stamina is increased by 30%. While slotted, your stamina recovery is increased by 15%. That's really fucking nice. And for anyone that doesn't know how ESO works, it also has this where you can transform it. After you have used it enough, you will level it up and then you can transform it into 2 different variants. That's how all abilities in ESO work. Right? This is really nice. Yeah, it sounds like werewolf is fucking stamina build. Like, holy shit. Spell damage? Oh. Healing you for that. Scales off your max health. If If you're at full health, you instead restore 3,000 stamina. While slotted, you gain major brutality and sorcery, increasing your weapon and spell damage by 20%. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fucking werewolf, fucking lycanthrope nuke. Jesus. Holy shit, stinky claws. Well, yeah, you want the stinky claws? You want the stinky claws? You are healed for 66% of the damage over time cost. Enemies hit by initial hit are afflicted with the disease status effect. Disease builds were fun. Yeah. Argonian Dragon Knight Werewolf in tank build. Yeah, this is fucking wild. I wish, you know, I might actually make like a Nord character and make him a werewolf. For once. Yeah, I mean, that's how everything works, right? You don't technically need certain objects and items to get things to function and work. It's just there are specific ones that do need it. Yeah, I might fucking try. I might play ESO some more. Argonian is fantastic for healing and for swimming. Swimming is the funniest thing. It is so underrated. And then you go flying through the water. You're like, oh shit, I'm disengaging. And you go flying through the water like... And everyone else is like, hey, get back, you fucking bastard bitch. Get back here. Yeah, no, I would probably... I'd definitely do transformation. I'd make it work. I'd do thematic things. It's the same way with all my characters. I do thematic stuff. Right? I don't think I've shown any of you guys my characters. I'd have to re-download the game. But I did a bunch of thematic stuff. That's how I play all my characters. Allows you to devour corpses to increase the duration of your werewolf transformation and restore your health. Oh no, it's a timed thing. I was hoping it was a toggle. That makes me sad. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, well, we can slot both of these. Shit. We can slot both of those to get our time up. Once every week by returning to the werewolf ritual site. Players already infected Knoxville extinguisher cannot be infected with lycanthropy. Nah. So remaining in your werewolf transformation by 20% for each transformed werewolf or direwolf in your group, including yourself, up to a maximum of 80%. Wolf pack! Oh! We can actually make a wolf pack! Ooh. Ooh, I like it. Actually make a wolf pack. That'd be fun. I don't know how good it would be, but it'd be funny. Oh. That's fucking great. That sounds fun. So where are the werewolves grounds at? Has mods ever fixed werewolves for Skyrim? There've been some. Hang on, I gotta show you a mod. Hold on. We're fucking doing Kree syndrome here, but it's because of the stream. So somebody actually, unironically, took Werewolf the Apocalypse and they put it. They took Werewolf the Apocalypse and they put it in Dead Rising. I shit you not. I shit you not. It actually functions shockingly well. It actually functions really fucking well. Dude, I have seen it in action and stuff. It is weird. It's just fucking weird. It's so weird. Especially like watching him ride around on motorcycles. Oh. Scariest thing I've ever done or seen. Just ignore the werewolf in the room. I don't know. You might be able to. I've covered apocalypses, you know. Oh man, dude, I would absolutely go full ham and like change around dialogue and stuff like that just to make that work. I want to find if there's one that shows him on the motorcycle, because that's fucking great. Oh, by the way, yeah, the mouth does move. So just so you know. Oh, here we go. Oh, it looks fantastic. Hail the werewolfism. All right. So, scariest thing I have done or seen. It's going to sound kind of lame. But I am not a fan of heights by any stretch of the imagination. I don't like them. I do not like heights. Okay? So, keep that in the back of your mind. Well, actually, you don't need to keep it in the back of your mind. I'll just jump right to it. So, there's a part in the Marine Corps where they make you climb up a rope that goes 20 feet up. It's a cargo net. It goes 20 feet up. You go over the beam, come down the other side of the cargo net. All right? I'm already not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to it, but they get me lined up and I'm about ready to go. The guy in front of me, okay? The guy in front of me. So again, I'm at the bottom of the cargo nets, looking up at the guys above. And once they get over the top, they are going to climb down and we start climbing up the other side, right? The guy in front of me slips at the top, 20 feet up, and his arm catches in the cargo net as he slips, and it wrenches, and he is dangling now from the cargo net. And they call the corpsman over to help, and I am told to get on the net. And I grabbed that net, and I just started going. Yeah, that did an absolute wonder for my fear of heights. Holy shit, that was not good. Oh, holy shit. No, thank you. No, sir. Like I said, it's kind of lame in the grand scheme of things, but that was definitely the moment of just like, no, no thanks. I'm done. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm done. I just saw this image. Don't shoot. Yeah. Okay. All right. Enough dilly-dallying. Yeah, I think I'm gonna reinstall ESO. I really think so. Wait a minute. Oh, there's a werewolf mod for Left 4 Dead. Ooh. There's also the werewolf mod for Resident Evil 4? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, shit. Wait, there's a werewolf in Call of Duty? What? What? Excuse me, what? The werewolf is a heavy class zombie featured in Call of Duty Black Ops 4 Zombies. What? The fuck? Alright. Okay, so that's a thing that exists now. Alright. Anyways, chat. I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. It's greatly appreciated. Again, I don't know. We might just do another Hangout stream next time. I think we might just do another Hangout stream next time. These are fun. I get to talk with you guys, just have ourselves a good old time and everything. So, yeah. Yeah. I think that's what we will do. In the meantime, though, chat, hopefully you take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get fit, get ripped. And remember, this Saturday, mark it on your calendars. This Saturday, we're going to be watching a fucking B-movie schlock fest of all schlock fests. It's called Battle Dogs. It is a werewolf movie where the werewolves look like fucking Skaven. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Bye-bye for now, everyone.